And the keynote speaker of the day, Sri Srinivas Dempo, the Vice Chancellor of Goa University, Sri Harilal Menon, Mr. Sunil Bhatia of Akashvani, Sanjay Punalekar, Professor Manoj Kamath, Sanjay Amonkar, all the faculty, press, students, fellow panelists. It's been for me a great ride working with the Ministry of External Affairs and the G20 Secretariat to put together events, meetings across various sectors in Goa. It's interesting to see how the world debates on pressing issues. But the ultimate aim is how to crystallize these discussions, how to filter these debates, and how to use them in a local scenario. We have to adapt. We have to be resilient. And above all, we have to pinpoint what would be the pressing need for our youth, for our student community, which would put them on a path where not only their education, their skill set, their talent is put to active use by way of meaningful employment, but these talents are used locally to benefit the state and to see that local industry, local entrepreneurship flourishes through this budding talent which is waiting in our wings. When we talk of terms like demographic dividend, when we talk of terms like having the world's youngest workforce, how to exploit these conditions, how to use this condition, and how to benefit from this condition, I think the state should put its mind, its effort, and plan a roadmap. I'm glad today's session is on skilling. And we have to, when we talk about skilling, we have to talk of some forecast. We know that this industry is big, this industry is coming up, this industry is the future. Our focus should lie there. And we should dovetail our efforts, maybe from the government, maybe from the industry, maybe from the education sector. This dovetailing to generate a focus on how this skilling should happen in future is what we need to know. Various sectors are chosen in today's seminar. Tourism and hospitality is big in Goa. There is a hugely rich panel which will debate about opportunities in tourism and hospitality. I think it is time to crystallize where tourism is headed, how to mold this future of tourism in Goa, and I think this effort and this projection should open up avenues in your minds and in your eyes. We had one of the biggest ministerial meetings of G20 in the tourism sector in Goa. There was a document which was published, it was called the Goa Declaration. You can go on the UNWTO site, you can go on the G20 site and check what the Goa Declaration is all about. It precisely talks about how tourism would take shape. It precisely talks about what is the roadmap of and future of tourism. It precisely talks about how sustainable development goals could be achieved and which are the goals which could be achieved through the tourism sector. And this Goa Declaration document, which you can all of you can read, talk about it, discuss about it, and check. And we should have this world view, the world perspective, what the world is doing, and crystallize it to our local tourism industry. I invite you in today's session to kindly go into the depth of how this industry functions, how this industry operates, what is the roadmap which the world has laid for this industry, and how we could crystallize this for Goa. We have we have another panel on airport, port and logistics. We have a huge airport. There was a time when we said that the airport would be a reality and I have no qualms to say that here. But we have to make up. This is just the first phase of our airport. It's going to grow. The port is going to grow, and along with it, logistics is going to grow. Where is the dovetailing of our industry, of our educational setup, and the government? This dovetailing today's program should bring out. It should bring out the exact pinpointed facts and figures where this skilling should happen, and we should be one step ahead of the industry, so that when the industry's demand comes, this forecasting should come. And when this forecasting comes, we should be ready with our skill set, we should be ready with our educational set amongst our youth population. I would not talk much, but I think this forecasting, this skilling, and this dovetailing of efforts from all sides should happen. It should give avenues to our students to see how we move in these sectors. And I think today's young force which is sitting here should keep their eyes and ears open, should see what happens around, should see how international governments function, how industries across the world, how sectors across the world talk, act, behave, legislate. And with this in mind, train your educational skills, train your skill set which will make you go into entrepreneurship, into resource building, and finally making a future which would benefit the state and benefit us all. I thank you and wish you all the best in this program today, in this seminar today. I hope it crystallizes thoughts in your mind which will go in a long way. And at the same time, I congratulate the organizers of this seminar for putting together such a show and such a huge, humongous effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sanjeev Rodriguez, sir. We are indeed privileged to have with us this morning Vice Chancellor Professor Harilal B. Menon. He's the Vice Chancellor of Goa University. I now request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Shri Srinivas Dambo, President Goa Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Shri Sanjit Rodriguez, IAS Secretary, Government of Goa and Nodal Officer for G20. Professor Manoj Kamath, Principal of Dambe College. Mr. Sunil Bhatia from Akashvani. And Mr. Sanjay Amonkar, Director General, GCCI. All my colleagues from various education institutions across the state of Goa, my dear students and those who have come from Akashvani. At the outset, I congratulate both Dambe College and Akashvani for organizing this one-day workshop on addressing skill gaps in Goa for accelerated, inclusive and resilient growth as per G20 Agenda. Before speaking something on how to upskill or how to upgrade the skill of present generation, let me try to give an overview of what is happening across the world. But before that, I would also like to tell you that if you look at the first industrial revolution, that was on steam engine, second was on electricity, third was on internet, And the fourth, that means from since 2010 onwards, it is IoT, that is Internet of Things, drones, AI, and robotics. So we are in that era. Now, when I say this, these four, spectacular discovery, and then the world is going in that direction, I would explain you with some of the examples which I have seen with my own eyes. I used to travel a lot for conferences, and I used to chair sessions on, ocean color monitor related to remote sensing and aerosol and climate, etc. Many a times I had the opportunity to travel Singapore. And 10 years back when I traveled, I could see that I was stopped by 5 or 6 policemen in the airport while coming out. That means I was checked for my ticket, then boarding pass, etc., etc., etc. But last year when I went, I could see that only one policeman that to see my luggage. Otherwise, there was no other hindrance at all. So I asked myself that what really happened, wherein the artificial intelligence-based algorithms have been developed. So which means that what is happening to those 5 policemen? It's only one airport. You have like lakhs of airports in the world. So how many people are becoming jobless? That is one. Second thing is that you all heard that we have something called, we are going to have driverless cars. What will happen to the job of these drivers? We are going to have captainless ship. We are going to have pilotless aircrafts. And I would also tell you that around 10 to 15 or maybe 2 decades back, there was a large, credit for MD in radiology. Karnataka used to charge huge capitation fee for that. I tell you, in another 5 years' time, this is going to be taken care by robot. And then, if you ask me what would happen if you really look at the kind of cases, piling up in our various courts, you might even see a robot sitting as the judge. You may laugh now, but I would say that there are many criteria. If you classify the cases like civil case, criminal again, similar kind, you can always have an algorithm for that. I tell you that I myself have developed an algorithm but that is not to this extent. And again, during the talk, Professor Kama said about Chandrayaan, I have not contributed anything to Chandrayaan, but rather it's only because this is going, online. So I must clear that my contribution is basically on a sensor called OCM, Ocean Color Monitor, that was flown on a satellite on November 26, 2022, around 8 months back. There, 2 bands have been done on the basis of our research. So that is a clarification, not with Chandrayaan. So after having said this, so therefore, this is the kind of changes going on. Now, if you look 10 years down the line from now, we would see that 30% of the job available now won't be there in 10 years. I used to go for career guidance talks. Now I stopped. Because I do not know what is going to happen tomorrow. Therefore, one of the things which we have done is that we in the Goa University, we worked hard for the last 9 to 10 months to see that NEP-based curriculum is implemented. For what? How these can be connected. When I say this year onwards, you all know that those students who are here, of course not you, but for the new students, they have to have 4 years of study for getting an honors degree. But again, let me tell you, when I say honors degree, you have lots of flexibility. In the first year, you will have around 40 credits. 1 credit is 15 hours. And then, let's say that you are coming from not so wealthy family. Then you have the option to leave. You work for your finance. When you find that you have sufficient amount, you can come back and join. So that kind of a flexibility. And at the same time, when you leave after 1 year, you'll get a certificate. So it's not like presently what happened is that after 1 year, if you leave, nothing. Then again you have to start from the scratch. But here it's not so. And again, let me tell you that Let's say that if you are the child of a Navy officer or defense, I mean to say, and if the father is getting transferred somewhere else, you can always transfer your credit because there's something called ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. So all those, facilities have been created. And even second year, if you leave, you get diploma. Third year means graduation, and fourth year means you get a honors degree. And if you are doing research in the last semester, then you get honors with the research. And again, if you complete or all the semesters you have got around 75% of mark, you don't have to do any PG degree, postgraduate degree. Rather, you can directly go to PhD degree. So all those facilities are there. Now I am yet to come and say that how this is connected with what I said earlier, that skill-based and this. Let me give an example. A student who is doing BSc Physics, he or she has to earn 160 credits for the entire 4 years. Out of that, 80 credits are for major, that means your physics. 80 credits are minor, along with you have the skill-based courses, you have the ability enhancement courses, all the courses. Therefore, when you are let's say you are in the second year, and if you find that this is what I want, as I said earlier, 10 years down the line, I do not know, or I cannot say that this is good, I cannot predict, because that's the way in which things are moving on. So you will choose a course under that minor, so that by the time you complete your degree, you will be properly equipped to see that you face the challenge and you will get a job. So that is what the NEP-based curriculum. Wherein these 80 credits, you have lots of flexibility. 80 major and 80 minor, like that. So that is the reason why we have introduced, and in fact, we are even working hard to see that at the technical level, engineering level also, we are going to implement NEP-based curriculum. And then, when I say something about G20, about G20, in fact, India is not considering G20 as just a routine job of presidency. Rather, India is actually trying to, place a legacy, in the sense that they are considering this as, global South cannot be consumers, because that's the way in which things have been going on for decades together. Rather, we also should be producers. Now what is happening is that we are consumers and global North is the producers. So there has to be a parity between global North and South. And only then we can say Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam, because the whole world is one. That can happen only when we have the capacity for production. And wherein we have already shown our digital infrastructure is well in place. In fact, when I go for, I'll tell you that when I go for jogging, I go on Sunday. And then after that, when I ask one, tender coconut, and if I pay 20 rupees, he'll say, no, Google Pay. So this is the way in which things have, come to a level where India is in the forefront. And again, with the Vasudhaiva Kudumbaka, that concept, and then the inclusivity, that the African Union have been invited for G20. In the sense that we have to have a say as far as the whole world is concerned, our agenda. And the best example is that we have the potential. The best example is that Chandrayaan-3 has landed properly on the southern part of the moon, which no other country could ever do that. Just see that the way in which, like for example, the precision in which things have gone, and then you have the elliptical orbit, and then pushing each booster, and then going out of the Earth's atmosphere, traveling through the space and going directly there. Let me also tell you one thing. We in Goa are lacking something, that is mathematics. These are all mathematics. At the 10th level itself, you are free to drop mathematics. I would say that mathematics is a language of science. Unless and until you learn mathematics, this kind of things cannot be done. A lot of geometry is involved. Otherwise, you see that it is pushed outside. There's gravity, and then it is in the space. Space is vacuum. Then it is traveling. Like a textbook precision it goes, and then it is entering into moon. And again you see that moon doesn't have any atmosphere, so you cannot have a parachute to see that it is having a slow landing. Rather, what kind of a thought process might have gone? So all those things, you have to have something called mathematics. In mathematics, I'll tell you calculus. There is something called calculus. So to upskill or to skill the student of Goan youth, I would say that up to 19, you must learn mathematics. I have been, suggesting this. I have been propagating this to wherever, the stage I get, even including in the presence of Honorable Chief Minister. Because mathematics cannot be. Let's say that a botany student, he or she is trying to do photosynthesis. And then you want to know that what is the rate at which photosynthesis takes place. You have to have differential equation for that. There is something called partial differentiation, full differentiation, all that. And in fact, I could do a model, numerical model for my studies only because of the calculus, wherein you have partial derivation, full derivation, all that, all those kind of a thing. Therefore, I would request everyone, in fact, I would say it's not mathematics. Mathematics is not the language of science, rather it's a language of all discipline, I would say. For example, when you go, let's say you are a historian, or let's say you are an economics person, you have not learned any mathematics at all. Then how do you analyze your data unless and until you know statistics? And nowadays what is happening is that statistics means you have a package. You include your data in that and get the output. It's almost like you go to a ready-made shop and get the shirt and put it. You do not know what is actually happening. That is not the right way of doing statistics. So mathematics and statistics should be the integral part of any of the curriculum. Only then we can skill our students. That is very important, irrespective of any discipline, I would say. I'm given only 10 minutes time. So I think my time is up because I can speak hours together on this. Particularly when I see so many youngsters are sitting here, I'm so much enthused to speak a lot. But now let me stop my speech, and once again I congratulate this kind of an initiative for, particularly to understand what is the, the skill gap as far as the Goan youth is concerned. But for that, I would say that this workshop alone would not help, right? In the workshop, of course, you get a document, but on that basis, try to have a survey across the length and breadth of Goa and try to understand more on that on the basis of the document coming out of that, and then further study should be done. And again, let me tell you that in our PG as well as in the undergraduate level, we have included research as an integral component because research is the most important component to solve any problem. For example, I'll tell you, when I went to Goa Medical College, I asked them that why the people in Kankona are suffering from kidney disease. They say that it is basically genetic. But I said, do you have any data on that? No, they don't have. So immediately what I did is that I have formulated a task force wherein the experts in biotechnology, microbiology, then earth science and mathematics. These four have been formed and they now started. They have read that because unless and until you read, they read that, they have come out with a proposal. On the basis of that proposal, now the work is going on. We will find out that what exactly is the reason. So that is why every child in Goa will be doing a research component in PG. In case of undergraduate, you have an option. Either you can go for a research, that means entire last semester, 8th semester is research. Or you can go for 3 courses. So all these things we have done Goa University level to upskill or to upgrade your skill. So that, because that research, you see how the scientists, around 1,000 of engineers and scientists in ISRO could perfectly land that because all due to their research and the thought process. Because I always say that a best teacher is the one who makes the students to think. A best teacher is the one who makes the students to think, and what is required is that learner-centric teaching, not the teacher-centric teaching. With these few words, I once again thank for calling me for this function. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your futuristic, thought-provoking and yet such practical words. We are also fortunate to have with us today the keynote speaker, renowned and inspiring President of GCCI, Shri Srinivas Dempo. I would like Sir to kindly address the gathering.
Very good morning to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Harilal Menon, my friend Mr. Sanjit Rodrigues, Mr. Sunil Bhatia, who is head of Akashvani in Goa, Panji, my colleague Mr. Sanjay Amonkar, Mr. Yatin Kakotkar, Mr. Anirudh Dempo, President of Goa State Industries Association. I think there are various faculty members from various institutions, my dear students and ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me add to the welcome of Mr. Manoj Kamath. I'm extremely happy that, it's been a true multi-stakeholder approach, right from the Goa University to a representative from the government of Goa to Akashvani, to Goa Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and all the institutions have got together to discuss a very, very important topic, a topic which produces or which offers so many challenges and opportunities that it is the right time to discuss when India is hosting the G20 summit under the Prime Minister's vision of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I was talking to Sanjit earlier during the day as the program was going on, and it was heartening to see such important events being conducted in Goa. Maybe it in the field of health, finance, energy transition, tourism, These are extremely important, not only to India as a country, but to all the G20 nations in the world at large. And why I'm saying all this? Because this itself would create future job opportunities to the students who are sitting here. But we need to change the way we think, we need to change the way we learn. And I think Honorable Vice Chancellor put it really well as to what is required from an academic and educational perspective to make those changes. Sir, with your permission, I'll add one more subject. Rightly you said statistics, rightly you said mathematics. I will also add biology to that, because I think understanding the human mind and body is becoming extremely important in the age of digital innovation. If you look at how Facebook conducts, if you look at how Twitter conducts, it's all based on data and understanding of the human mind. Elections all over the world, including the US, have been fought on how many likes have been produced on Facebook. So it's extremely important that we understand these complexities. And as somebody who represents industry, somebody who represents Goa Chamber of Commerce and Industry, I would only say that with the new educational policy that is coming in, we need to reorient our students, ignite their passions. I think one thing which is extremely important is igniting of passions and then carrying it through. I was just on Google before I was speaking. Can you take a guess of how much the best chef in the world earns? It's a couple of $100 million a year. It's probably around 800 to 1,000 crores a year, the best chef in the world. Okay, let's forget the world because we are comparing in dollar terms. You know how much the best chef in India earns? It's 25 crores a year. How many of us earn those kind of salaries? Why I'm saying is that please don't feel that a chef or a plumber or a carpenter is anything inferior. Probably the worth of a carpenter is much more than many of the graduates that are being churned out today. What you need to do is do it full of passion, and as Sanjit says, look at the futuristic job opportunities that are created within the topics that we are discussing. And what's happening in the world? The world by and large is transitioning through a new phase. Volatility, uncertainty, chaos, all these are becoming continuous in nature. So they are no more the definitions that we used to say. The VUCA world is for real and it will continue to be real. In that, how do we position ourselves? How do we position our educational system? And I think the National Education Policy has done a brilliant job. But how do we implement the NEP? And without the support of the students, the parents, the individual institutions, the Goa University, the government of Goa, it's not possible, because we are going from one system of education to the next system of education. And I know the subsequent sessions will give you expectations from industries like manufacturing, logistics, tourism, because these are people at the working level who will tell you where is the deficiency arising. Because we have seen students who graduate, who pass out, but can't write a proper resume. And I'm not blaming the students for it. I'm blaming the system of education that has been prevalent in the past, as we inherited from the British Raj. And we said, and the British were very smart, by the way. They wanted Indians just to be workers. And they said, we will only teach you like this, and you will remain a slave. So that teaching suited very well during that time. Now we've come out of that mindset. We are one of the most powerful nations in the world. The whole world is looking to us. I don't know how many of you all know we are the second largest mobile phone producers in the world. We are the third largest automobile producers in the world. We are the second largest steel producers in the world. We are the largest milk producers in the world. So we have a lot to be proud about. But at the end of the day, how do we really build the model which is coined as China plus one? When I say we are the second largest steel producers in the world, China is at 1 billion and we are at 200 million. So we need to go at least 6 times more to cross China. So that is the vision that we should have. And when we identify the skill gaps, I mean, I've been regularly interacting with Principal Manoj Kamath to see, and we've introduced a number of courses in our colleges now, including what Sanjit said, we missed the bus on the aviation sector. I got a call once from a very bright individual in Delhi who has a lot of influence on policy making. And I said, Mr. Dempo, does your college teach, you know how many courses are there in aviation? And Principal Manoj Kamath will correct me. There are more than 40 to 50 different courses in aviation that one can get. And if you're trained well, you can get a job tomorrow. But everything has to have hard work, it has to have passion, it has to have analysis of failure. I mean, these are my words of message to the younger generation. Never get fail of failure. Never get scared of failure, because everybody fails in life at least once or twice. I don't know how many of you all, when you sat on the bicycle the first time, you fell. Nobody could drive the bicycle the first time that you alighted on a bike. That teaches you a lesson, okay? Anything that you are passionate about, please follow your dreams and please follow your passion. And if some parents are around, I would say that strongly support the passion of your children. And that's where we can analyze the skill gaps. Because once your passion is there, how to actually guide you is the job of a university, college, government institutions, to take you through the whole process of the formal education. But at the end of the day, it is up to you, the students, to pursue your passions and then address the skill gaps in that. The other point I wanted to make it, let's make, and that's the theme of the conference, let's make the growth inclusive. And when I say the less privileged members of the society, the special needs children, we need to address everyone, and their needs are different, So we need to address everyone's to make it an inclusive growth, to make it a very resilient growth. Because at the end of the day, it has to be a happy society. You can't live in an island with a desert all around, Connect with the community is very, very important. To give back is very important. Moment you get a job, you get a productive job, it's your social responsibility to help the others. So with these few words, I again, on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce and my institution, SS Dempo Commerce, College of Commerce, I welcome all of you. And really, I'm very happy to see so many young faces, because you need to be motivated enough. And there are a lot of expert speakers today during the course of the day who will motivate you, who will tell you what are their expectations as industry, where do they come from. And, as the Vice Chancellor says, the future is very, very different. We look at Chat GPT and you find that it's a threat and it's an opportunity. You should be one of the programmers of ChatGPT, rather than saying that, you know, I'm getting threatened with ChatGPT. I had a small exercise which I did 2 months back. My annual report was coming of a listed company. And I told my guys that, I said, you know, they draft a speech every year for me on the annual report. And they take about a week, 10 days, because it's an industry analysis, it's this. And I said, this time, you know, I have a little time, I will do it. And I bluffed them. I said, I will do it and you do it and let's compare notes. They did it with a lot of hard work. I used ChatGPT. But I got my report in flat 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Okay. Why 15 minutes? It would have come in less than a minute because it didn't pick up my industry properly. So I had to go again, you know, because it's not telecom, it's not automobiles. It's a calcined petroleum coke. So they misrepresented it, misused it. But bang on, in less than 15 minutes, I get a 2-page report, chairman's speech, which was so good. And, you know, after 5 or 6 days, I met them and I exchanged notes. They laughed because they knew it's ChatGPT. It can't be so good from a human being. So that's the problem with ChatGPT. And they said that, sir, we know, but, you know, good you opened our eyes. I said, this is where your threat is. You know, because if I can do this, why do I need 5 people to work on industry analysis? So I'm just saying this because you need to know the future, where it's going, not get scared of it. Because as Vice Chancellor said, there have been many industrial revolutions and we've all survived. You know, when it shifted from manual to machines, all our ancestors were said that they are gone, they are finished. But they all survived, and you know, you are studying thanks to them for their hard work. And you also need to change, and you need to study and need to adopt latest technologies and, you know, so on. So good luck with today's seminar. I would congratulate all the organizers and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging and illuminating words. Hopefully, our seminar will reignite the passion among our students to discover new avenues of employment. Let us now proceed to the prize distribution of the state-level students' presentation competition, which was held on 26th August 2023. Akashvani Panaji, under the aegis of the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, in collaboration with the Education Committee of Goa Chamber of Commerce and Industry and DCT Srinivas Sanai Dempo College of Commerce and Economics, organized this competition, which was centered around one of the agenda of G20, accelerating progress on sustainable development goals. So before we proceed to the prize winners, I would just like to know if the winners from Government College Kepe are here. Yes? Okay. And St. Xavier's College? All right. Okay. I request the President of GCCI, Shri Srinivas Dempo. Sir, please come forward as we announce our first prize winners. Students, please come forward as I call out your teams. After competing with 13 teams from all over the state, the first place winners are Ms. Shivani Divadkar, Bilal Yaqub, and Gaurish Bandal. These are the students from the MCOM department of our very own Dempo College of Commerce and Economics. Please put your hands together for them. I request the Vice Chancellor of Goa University, Professor Harilal Menon, to kindly award the second place winners. The second place has been bagged by Sarfaraz Khan, Priya Braganza, and Farid Khan Pathan from Government College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Kepe. Please put your hands together for them. I request Sri Sanjeet Rodrigues, IAS and Secretary of the Government of Goa and Nodal Officer of G20, to kindly give away the third prize to our winners. The third place has been bagged by Sonal Pednekar, Steve Thomas Kiranchira and Elias D'Souza from St. Xavier's College, Mapsa. Please put your hands together for them.
Congratulations to all the winners. I would request Sri Bhatia to kindly give the memento to Sanjeet Rodrigues. Thank you for your time, sir. I request Sri Sunil Bhatia, Deputy Director General and Head of Office, Akashvani, to kindly present mementos to honored guests. To Ms. Namrata Vagle, Faculty Coordinator for the state level student presentation that we had. Is Ms. Vagle here? To Dr. Dipali V. Churi, Head of Department of Economics, Dempo College. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. To Professor Dr. Manoj Kamath, Chairman, Education Committee, GCCI, and Principal, Dempo College. Professor Harilal B. Menon. And to Srinivas Dempo, President, Goa Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Thank you, sir.
As William Arthur Ward has aptly said, and I quote, "Feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it." To express our feelings of gratitude, I now request Shri Sanjay Punalkar to propose the vote of thanks.
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद। आज के इस G20 सेमिनार के उपलक्ष्य में उद्घाटन सत्र पर उपस्थित सभी अतिथियों का आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए आकाशवाणी पणजी केंद्र और प्रसार भारती की ओर से मैं उपस्थित हूँ। नमस्कार सभी अतिथियों को। आदरणीय डेम्पो सर, रॉड्रिक्स सर, मेनन सर, श्री आमोनकर सर, डॉक्टर कामत सर, आप सभी ने अपने व्यस्त दिनचर्या से समय निकालकर इस समारंभ को अपना समझकर यहाँ पे आप सभी लोग उपस्थित हुए। इसके लिए मैं आप सभी लोगों का तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। 26 अगस्त को डेम्पो कॉलेज में संपन्न हुए स्टेट लेवल स्टूडेंट प्रेजेंटेशन कंपटीशन और आज के सेमिनार में, इस सेमिनार के आयोजन में हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए गोवा चैम्बर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्रीज और डेम्पो कॉलेज ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इकोनॉमिक्स, इन दोनों संस्थाओं का उनके सहकार्य के लिए आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। प्राचार्य कामत सर ने शुरू से ही इन दोनों कार्यक्रमों के नियोजन और कार्यान्वयन में बहुत ही दिलचस्पी दिखाई और प्राध्यापक यश प्रभुगावकर ने जिस लगन से इस आयोजन में सहकार्य किया, ये बहुत ही सराहनीय है। डेम्पो कॉलेज ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इकोनॉमिक्स के सभी प्राध्यापक, कार्यालयीन सदस्य और विद्यार्थियों का भी हम आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। श्री भाटी की सफलता के लिए सर ने बहुत ही नियोजनबद्ध तरीके से कार्य किया है। उनके बहुमूल्य मार्गदर्शन के लिए धन्यवाद देता हूँ। आकाशवाणी पणजी केंद्र के सभी अधिकारी, मेरे सहकारी, कार्यालयीन सदस्य, सभी को तहे दिल से शुक्रिया। और सबसे ज़्यादा धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा इस कार्यक्रम के कार्यक्रम में जिन्होंने कृतिशील सहभाग देकर जिन विद्यार्थियों ने आयोजन को सफल बनाने में हमारा सहयोग दिया है, सहकार्य किया है, उनके आभार के साथ उनके भविष्य के लिए मैं शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं। आकाशवाणी की तरफ से सभी विद्यार्थियों से मेरी एक गुजारिश है, हमारे पास युवाणी कार्यक्रम है, जिस कार्यक्रम से आप हमारे साथ इससे आगे भी जुड़ सकते हैं। युवाणी कार्यक्रम आप बच्चों के लिए, जैसे यूथ है उनके लिए है। अलग अलग तरीके के प्रोग्राम, यदि आप लोगों में जो हुनर है उस तरीके से हम उस कार्यक्रम में आपको प्रोत्साहित कर सकते हैं, मोटिवेट कर सकते हैं। इस कार्यक्रम में आज उपस्थित हुए जो मीडिया कर्मी हैं, जो आम जनता तक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक माध्यम से एक कार्यक्रम पहुंचाने वाले मीडिया कर्मी, दूरदर्शन के हमारे सहकारी और वृत्तपत्र के जो समाचार प्रतिनिधि यहाँ पे उपस्थित हैं, सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भविष्य में हम ऐसा ही सहयोग और प्यार आप लोगों से हमें मिलता रहेगा, ऐसी उम्मीद करता हूँ। और फिर एक बार सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आगे की कार्रवाई के लिए शुरू करते हैं। नमस्कार।
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and to all our dignitaries. With this, we conclude the inaugural ceremony. Kindly give us about 10 minutes while we get the stage ready for the first technical session of the day. Technical session 1 would be on the manufacturing industry. Our panel for this session, we will have industry experts Mr. Yatin Kakodkar, Mr. Anirudh Dempo, and Mr. Nitin Desai. The moderator will be Mr. Sanjay Monkar. Kindly give us 10 minutes before we start that first technical session. Thank you so much.
co-founder and owner of Apex Packing Products Private Limited and the Honorary Secretary of Goa Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's also the mentor of GCCI's Industry Subcommittee and also past chairman of the Confederation of Indian Industry, CII, Goa Council. He has served as an elected member of CII's Western Region Council and is the president and life trustee of the International Center, Goa. A warm welcome to Mr. Yatin Kakurkar, please. Please give a warm round of applause. Thank you. Mr. Anirudh Dempo, our next panelist, is the director of Goa Paints and Allied Products Private Limited and president of GSIA. He's a member of the task force for implementing Goa government's umbrella scheme of incentives. He has also been the past chair of CII Young Indians Goa chapter, the youth wing of the Confederation of Indian Industry. A warm clap, please. Next is Mr. Nitin Desai, owner Desai Concrete Castings, co-chair GCCI Industry Committee, secretary of the Goa State Industries Association, and founder president of Pisurlem Industries Association. He's also the former chairman of CII Young Indians Goa chapter. Thank you for that. Next we have Mr. Milind Prabhu. He is the CEO and managing director of Genora Infotech. He is the information tech from GEC, and Genora, his company, redefines IT outsourcing. His role as CEO is to mentor the marketing and sales department and to plan strategies to recruit people who resonate with his company's vision for incredible engineering. He is also the chair of the GCCI IT subcommittee. I'm sorry. A round of applause for Milind, please. And finally, our moderator, Mr. Sanjay Amonkar, who is the Director General of the Goa Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's a senior techno-commercial lead and has over 32 years of experience in the chemical and fertilizer industry. Mr. Amonkar is a member of the Goa State Expert Appraisal Committee, SEAC, for environmental clearances, appointed by the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change. He is also an SAP consultant on MM and SD modules and visiting faculty for the MES College BBA department. Welcome, Mr. Amonkar. Thank you all. Now I request Mr. Amonkar to please start the proceedings.
Thank you, Pallavi. We're already late, so we'll start immediately. The first thing which comes to my mind is right now, there's a workforce of around 4.5 lakhs of people in Goa who are actually involved in private sector. Apart from them, there are 62,000 employees of the government of Goa. So this constitutes the total employment sector in Goa. Now, government of Goa has been giving importance for skilling for the last maybe 1 or 2 years. With the new government in place, a lot of energy and efforts are being spent on skilling. The problem here is industries need a particular type of attributes. The colleges churn out a different type of attribute. There is some skill gap happening in each sector. Today, luckily, we have got a varied panel. We have Mr. Prabhu from the IT industry. We have the president of the Goa State Industries Corporation, Mr. Anirudh Dempo. We have representatives from the industrial areas in Goa, and we have Mr. Yatin Kakurkar, is a stalwart in industry, who has got experience. He was the past president of CI also, plus he is an doyen of the packaging industry. So we are going to hear from them what they expect to get from the people who they want to employ. So without wasting much time, I will start with the senior most person, Mr. Kakurkar. Sir, what are your views on skilling? How do you expect, what do you expect from a newly joining person who is going to join your company? What do you expect of him?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So let me briefly give us a brief background about my business, so then you can understand things in perspective. So I've been in the packaging industry for the last 27 years. It's called flexible packaging, and we are Kunde based, and we have recently set up a plant which will qualify as one of the best packaging plants in the country today. And we use, it basically involves a printing process and lamination machinery and a slitting machinery. So the machinery itself is simple, but they are highly state-of-the-art equipment. They are all imported, and they involve a bit of mechanical engineering and a lot of electronics. So they're highly automated. In fact, a lot of the problem solving can be done from out of India through PCs and through networks. Now we employ around 150 people, of which around 100 people are in the manufacturing sector, in the manufacturing field. So the kind of staff we have managers, we have supervisors, we have operators, we have helpers, and we have clerical staff. And we operate at all India level. What I find is I must honestly say that the kind of skills that we require are very industry specific. There is no institute in Goa which produces the kind of operators we require for our production, which constitutes almost 50% or 60% of our workforce. So I would say that we have, over the last 25, 27 years, provided apprenticeship to all the people who have joined us. Initially, we got only 5 to 10 people from Bombay who were already working in industry. So that's how we started. We got 10 experienced people who knew how to run machines. Subsequently, we have given training all in-house. And what we do is we sort of take the helpers, they get a chance to run the machine, and after some time they are slowly given more and more responsibility. That's how we have created our workforce. So we have created our workforce all internally. And now the kind of skills that are required. Now let me say the skills across all the functions: a manager, supervisor, clerical staff functions, operators, helpers. First and foremost is of course the knowledge content. You know what? Supposing he's an electrician, or he's a fitter, or he's an accountant, or he's a packaging person. We expect that he has got the knowledge, maybe at ITI or maybe at college. So we expect the knowledge to be there. But it is not just knowledge, it is also the skills that we require, because many people may not have all the knowledge, but they are able to get the knowledge on the job. So the kind of skills that I think are important, first is the numeracy skills. A person should be comfortable with numerical skills, basic numerical skills. Vice Chancellor today in his opening remarks talked about mathematics. Now, industry like us, we don't require that advanced level of mathematics, but we require a person who has been very strong in arithmetic, in maths, in the primary school, in the high school. So that kind of skills are very important, because once we have those skills, a person can be very comfortable, can have the self-confidence, can take up many kind of responsibilities in a manufacturing industry. The other are communication skills, and by communication skills I mean you should be able to do some basic writing. You should be able to write basic reports. You should be able to write basic communication to his within the department, to his superiors. But communication, what I also mean is it's a two-way process. One is writing, and one is also listening. So listening and grasping. A person should have the communication skill to grasp. So the grasping skills are very important, and these I believe can be developed in the primary stage. So all this, so a person who has got good grasping skills, good communication skills, will be able to understand instructions better, will be able to understand literature better, and therefore do a lot of on-the-job learning. So we are looking for people who are basically having a good capacity for numbers, and basic numbers, and basic communication. So if a person has this, then I think he can grow a lot on the job. The kind of training that you get at an institute is only an entry, is only to get you a job. It's only an entry point in an industry. But how you rise in that industry depends entirely on your ability to grasp, to learn. So these are, I would say, the two things that we are looking for: numeracy skills and communication skills. These are my opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Kakodkar. We now move on to the president of the Goa State Industries Association. They are the highest employers in Goa today, the industrial sector, and with 23 industrial estates, and some of them doing very well, like Verna, Kundai, Madkai. There are huge job opportunities in these industrial areas. But as I discussed with him in the past, they are finding it difficult to get people who are adaptable to their requirements. So I will request Mr. Anirudh Dempo to kindly address and give us some light in this particular aspect.
Thank you, Sanjay. Good evening, good morning, everybody. I think it's good to see such a full audience. Thank you for having me here. I would, whatever I would say would probably be some sort of a combination of what has been spoken earlier. I just wrote down a few things which I thought would be important to me, and over the past three speakers, between the Vice Chancellor, Baba, and now Yatin Baba, I think a lot of it is covered, but still I would speak of it in an order of what I think is important. When I saw this topic, skill gap, in this, you know, I mean, there's Milind now who's much younger than me, but originally I was supposed to be one of the younger guys over here who remembers the college days. And I must admit, I would absolutely hate sitting on the other side and listening to big talks from people, or, you know, be in my own world. So to be on this other side, I wouldn't want to say things very vehemently and tell you as if these are the rules and this is what you need to do, because you'll figure it out when you get there. Okay, so regarding what industry wants, I think industry will, like Yatin Bab said, industry will teach you what they want when you get to them. You know, so it's what you want to be. I think you should start from the self. That is very important. And self is what? Mind and body, right? What would be the mix of people here in the audience? Would they be BCom graduates? So when you took up a regular BCom, BSc degree, you basically gave up on the body side of your abilities. You said that, you know, I'm not going to be a carpenter or a mason or a plumber. So basically you are using your mind to make your living, right? So then you cannot look for the simplest path of cognitive ease, where I don't want to apply too much of my head to get away with what I want to do. Which is sadly the option, and let me say this, that in Goa, you gave a wonderful example. Thank you. You led me in with the numbers. 65,000 government jobs and 4.5 lakh. So that's about 15%, right, of government jobs. Now, if you use statistics, then the job, let's take the LDC, which is the most favorite job in Goa, and you take this as a job which has very limited use of the mind, very reasonable remuneration, and this, and a 15% probability of getting it. This is the single biggest scourge to your ability to look for a good job. I don't blame you, because if I were in your place, I would do the same thing. It's just a natural response to a proposition that's given to you. But I think now the government also, while they cannot admit it completely, this percentage is a legacy percentage. Going forward will not be the same 15%. So then you come to how you can use your mind, right? Another thought I want to leave you with is that in the previous generations, the career of a student was 40, 45 years, and the job would remain similar from the time you started till the time you ended. We've glorified this whole disruption business, that disrupting again and again is a good thing. But there's no need, in my opinion, I'm not a big fan. I think if you could do the same thing for 45 years and then died peacefully, it was a better thing. You know, now you've got to learn and relearn, and you've given up on your body, which is the second part. So you only have your mind. So that is non-negotiable now. So building up critical thinking skills, building up ability to communicate, ability to collaborate, these are the skills that you need to absolutely work on. About college learning, I would like to say As a student, I was a good student, but I would always be looked down upon because I would not write the journal. I was an engineering student, and there was this thing called a journal, where there was the experiment you are supposed to do. Half the time you wouldn't do it because the equipment wasn't there, but you take last year's student's book and write it down this year as your book. And I would question why I need to do this, why I need to write this, right? I had the privilege of going to America and doing my master's there. And I figured that for the exam, you could go with a cheat sheet, which is one piece of paper and write absolutely anything you want on it and take it for the exam, which straight away took away the concept of rote learning, right? Like by hearting something. And one of these professors told us that out of every class, if you took away 2 concepts and went back home, that's all, like cycling skills, things you would never forget, 2 things. I think there are some 80 credits you take here, 100 credits. If you learn 100 concepts, that's 2 per subject, I think you would be the best student that any employer could have beyond the rote learning and whatever marks and scores you would have got. So just a couple of more points that I'd like to make. If you think of skills again as a stack, first is try to build on physical and mental strength, resilience, because that is what will keep you in a position to learn, unlearn, relearn again and again. So if that means you have to do meditation, yoga in the morning and not do the first class of the day, that would be a much better class than what you would do. Learn 2 concepts and build on that and be conceptually strong in whatever course you take. And then look at the apprenticeship model that Yatin Bab spoke about. Look at practical and as well as generic tools. If you are in accounting, then knowing to use the GST software, knowing to use the accounting software, knowing to use ChatGPT. Again, Baba spoke about taking 15 minutes to talk to ChatGPT. It's one of the best builders of communication because you have to talk to a computer and you have to get your point across to him, and it's not very easy. Like you ask it something and it gives you a completely wrong answer and you go around in these circles. So improving communication skills is extremely important. Work on your ability to, there are 2 concepts, design thinking and process-based thinking. I would highly urge you to, paucity of time, I wouldn't discuss more of that, but if you can stick these 2 words in your mind. Collaboration, communication, critical thinking, and creativity are the 4 C's as coined by a very well read and one of the best thinkers in the world, Yuval Noah Harari. I don't know how many of you have heard of him, the writer of the book Sapiens. He's written a book called 21 Lessons for the 21st Century. He talks about these 4 C's as what will keep us going. I think you focus on that, and industry will keep changing, and if you have the basic skill set, they will keep getting you and you'll move up the ladder. So please do not worry about specific skills of either my industry or, as Yatin Bab said, packaging or any other industry for that matter. So thank you so much. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Anirudh Bab. So that was a very wonderful expression from you. One thing I would like you to just understand that I, Mr. Kakudkar, we come from the 80s and 90s, and this gentleman, I think all 4 of us are from Goa Engineering College, I think. So all are 4 GC graduates in front of you, and they have been passed out maybe in 2000s, early 2000s and all. One thing which is common is people expect that I am an engineer, I pass out, or I am a MCom, I pass out. I'll get a job the next day, industry is waiting for me to come and join. I'll get a handsome package and I'll start earning. Unfortunately, that is not the case. It doesn't happen that way. It's tough. Let's be very clear, it's tough. You don't get a job offer and you don't get a job to your liking. Sometimes you are stuck in something which may not be to your liking. So always, I would request the students to just note down why somebody should give you a job, a letter of purpose. There may be thousands of applications for a job, but why you? So try and understand, try to get something positive out of yourself, which you can promote yourself for that particular job. So that, with that what I say, what Mr. Anirudh said is some sort of skills which are not common. If you can develop them, they can help you go a long way in getting the job. I now request our next panelist, Mr. Nitin Desai, to give his views. He comes from a different type of a sector. He is into concrete blocks, bricks. Xfloor is his latest company which he has promoted, and is also the president of the Pisulam Industrial Estate, not to say that he's also the co-chair of our industry committee. Mr. Nitin Desai, please.
Thank you, Sanjay Bab. I'll begin by first correcting Anirudh. He said some wonderful things, but I'm the youngest on the panel, actually. So now that we have got that settled, I would just like to say that a lot of things have been said about the kind of skills which are required in the industry today. Completely agree with what all my fellow panelists have said. But I think that when you have to distinguish amongst a number of candidates which apply for the same job, the best companies, if you want to have the best job in the best company, you need to focus on the soft skills as well. Okay, because once you come up with certificates, every person has got the same certificates. Every person is a graduate. Every person today passes out with honors. Most of them, almost 50% of the students today pass out with honors, with distinctions, with first classes. How would you distinguish yourself in the sense that why do people take interview of the candidates? Because they want to know your attitude. They want to know your soft skills. How good you're going to be to adapt to the organization. You know, whether you can change fast enough, whether you can learn fast enough. And as Anirudh said, the ability which you can develop as a student today is not just to learn academics, but also to unlearn and learn new things. Because the world is changing so fast today that if I give you these three sectors, there's a lot of scope in these three sectors. 5 years down the line, things are going to be completely different. So in that, what you need to do is you need to unlearn some of the things which you learned in school or in college, and you should have that ability to relearn some new things or some new skills or some new concepts, because that is a surety, 100%. But talking about, I would just like to focus on specific skills which would help you in today's job market. I think export marketing and export documentation, since you're from the commerce background, you should have some knowledge of that. I don't know whether that is taught in your graduate course, but if it's not taught, I request the faculty here, I request all the people who are setting the academics to please include export marketing and export documentation in your syllabus. India is a growing economy. Exports are booming today. And as Mr. Dempo today in the inaugural address, he said that the world is talking about China +1. So after COVID, all the industries and all the countries around the world, they know and they have realized the hard way that they cannot focus on China alone as the only supplier for them. So they are talking about China +1. They are not going to stop buying from China, but they want an alternative. So India is emerging as an alternative, as a supplier, and we are exporting to 7 countries of the world, manufacturing in our unit in Goa. Let me tell you, they want to deal with Indians, especially people in the companies and countries in the Middle East. They might seem different than us, but attitude-wise, in terms of their heritage, in terms of their traditions, they are very similar to Indians. And they don't want to deal with China. They don't like dealing with China. So they want to deal with India. They say, what products do you have? Can you introduce me to, we have distributors, importing distributors in the Middle East. We have in UAE, in Qatar, we export to Kuwait as well. So every time they also give us their requirements, which is not related to our field. So they are asking us whether there are any other companies from whom we can buy from India. So that this demand is coming from them. They want to deal with India more than China. So I feel one skill which you need to develop is the export marketing, how to market Indian products around the world. It's a specific kind of a skill, but believe me, that this has got a lot of scope. and try to learn more about this export marketing, export documentation. That is one thing I would say. And I would just like to say that yes, analytics is very important. You need to understand how to read numbers, because when you, even a simple example is when, I think Milind will talk about this, is when you do social media marketing today of your products and your services, and every company today is going to, should have a digital presence. And when you do this social media marketing, there's so much of data which comes up. I think Milind would second me in this. If you give an ad on Google for your products, there's so much of data which comes up, and the analytics of that data, you know, to find out from where you got maximum interest and what is the profile of the prospective customers which are getting from across the world. How do you analyze that data, and how do you use it to improve your sales and your profitability? And that is all a part of analytics, and it's very, very difficult. So if anybody can, you know, if you could learn skills to analyze data, statistics, calculus, is going to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nitin Bab. One important takeaway from here is export. If you are aware, India contributes only to 1% of the manufactured exports in the world. There's a huge, huge scope for manufactured products for export India. Our major exports, physical, are gems and jewelry. And second is, as you know, all IT. That is not products, but manpower and service. So these are the main exports of India. So we have got a huge scope now to build on the export, physical exports, manufactured goods. So that's what we need to look into. The last but not the least, our panelist is Mr. Milind Prabhu. I've been working with him for last, this is the third year, Milind. And he is a representative of the young generation. In fact, we have been discussing on jobs and skilling with him, and we had tried different types of programs in the last 2 years. There's a huge scope, rather huge job availability is there of for IT industry in Goa. The problem which he faced was people with knowledge, with experience, and they need not be from the engineering side. He was also ready to take on people from commerce or arts or any other BSc, any other sector. The problem we found was the lack of training. In fact, we approached various government departments also to take care of this. And we had reached certain extent, but there were certain circumstances which did not help us take it in front. So I would now like Mr. Milind Prabhu to just give his thoughts on this. Milind, please.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I am from the IT background, software background altogether. But there may not be possibly software engineers, most of the software engineers sitting out in this gathering. But I would like to address how software engineering is interrelated, correlated with every other profession today. And why just today? It was not true a decade ago. So let us go back. Now we are talking about we went on the moon. So let's talk about the Apollo 11 mission in 1979, when the America had the first manned mission on the moon. How did it impact the IT industry altogether in the first place? So computer chips were invented by IBM way before the Apollo 11 mission. But the amount of spending that the America did to land people because of their Cold War on the moon, that was about 24 billion. And most of this expenditure was to develop these chips. These chips were developed so fast at that point of time that the engineering skills had to be upgraded several times faster than if that mission had not to happen. Now this is just one example, wherein certain incidences that have happened, certain projects that have been taken place, have taken engineering to the next level at time and again throughout from the Apollo 11 mission altogether. Now, if you look at something in between, everything has rather taken our jobs, or rather we can say replaced our jobs. Something as simple as a motor-driven vehicle replaced people who were driving bullock carts. People could drive on their own. These were replacement in jobs. Again, technology replacing jobs. You never needed skills. So you had some skills, but suddenly your jobs are taken by some technology, and you don't know what to do. Because even if you drive a vehicle, the business is not the same when shifting from bullock carts to a vehicle. Time and again, technology has impacted the non-IT sector. Whether it is somebody from the commerce sector, whether it is somebody from any sector per se. Like Baba said, he used Chat GPT, which is still the 3.5 version of the Chat GPT, to make the report in 15 minutes. If you look at Chat GPT 4, it is one of the most advanced AI model that is available to mankind. And we go by certain reports. Let's consider some national reports which says 27% of the Indians are still not able to read and write. Now, in IT, we talk about skills wherein we have to upgrade ourselves to AI, artificial intelligence and data, like Mr. Nitin said. However, if 27% of the people are not able to even do basic, not able to read and write, how do you upgrade to AI in the first place? Then the remaining set of people, the global report says 79% of the jobs, global jobs, will be lost to AI. This is, we talk about industrial revolution 1, 2, 3, 4, but this, as per me and as per all the reports and experts, is going to be the biggest industrial revolution, which is going to take up 79% of the jobs. The max impact was 40% till date, and we have not yet seen it. However, there is another report that says, without naming the agency, that 87% of the new jobs would be created because of AI. Now, AI is just on the screens. The moment the AI moves to humanoids, the possibilities are immense altogether, and we are not yet seeing it. And India is the biggest technology hub in the world, and we should be the ones who should be aware of it in the first place, and we should be learning about it in the first place. Now, when I say AI will take away 79% of the jobs, it will not be AI, but it is a skilled AI person in every field will take away the job, not the AI itself. If a person in commerce field is well aware of how AI can help, that person will take your job. If a graphics designer is well aware of how to do generative images. Now, earlier what we talked about is generative text in various AI fields, not just ChatGPT. We have Google Bard. We have Snapchat launching. It's one of the best AI generative text tool. But it's not just generative text. It is generative text, generative images, generative videos, and so much more when humanoid comes into picture. Because everything will be replaced in the next 10 years. And like Mr. Nitin said, next 10 years is going to be a huge industrial revolution era. And I cannot even speak how do we get ourselves skilled with the kind of revolution that is coming, because we are not even probably ready for basics. So it is more of a heavy policy decision, a revolution at the education level that might change things. Because this time, every time when new technology revolution has happened, it has impacted only that particular sector. But AI is going to change every possible sector, right from politics to the life of a laborer. That's it.
Thank you, Milind. So AI is the future. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to take some questions I'm going to ask myself. And after that, I want this to be an interactive session. If anybody from the audience has any questions, feel free to just ask any of the panelists. So I'll come back to our first panelist, Mr. Kakodkar. Sir, one observation we keep on making is there is a gender bias in job allotment in Goa. If you see, around only 25% women and 75% men are being employed in Goa. Any suggestions as to how this disparity can be reduced? Any skills gaps which can be addressed at the academic levels itself so that this gender bias is reduced?
The only way to reduce the gender bias is by the female sex improving its skills. That's the only way to compete. I mean, you should make yourself indispensable, and you should be so good in your skills, in your knowledge, and so that's the way to make yourself indispensable. And once you are good, why would industry not hire women?
Thank you, sir. Mr. Milind, I'll come back to you because this question was in my mind. Automation. Now, when you look at automation, it means that the employer wants to cut down on his manpower so that he can save on it, right? So, is automation or a boon or a bane? And if everything gets automated, how do jobs get generated? And how the new generation can get jobs? Any ideas on this?
Sir, I would still go back with an example of AI. Now, when we talk about AI, there are ready generative models available. But even if a graphics designer wants to generate an image, there still needs to be a person who will give commands. Person who can write generative text, give commands to the AI. So if you look at centuries of history, any technology or any automation has only replaced jobs of unskilled people. But it has created it has always created more jobs for the skilled people. So this century is looking at a very fast-paced learning. I remember I come from a remote village, so I know a lot of my elders who worked for one company and they stayed for 45 years, just stuck with one company, and they were very happy about it. And that is because the pace of advancement at that point of time and the requirement to skill, the pace at which you skill yourself was not as fast as it comes in this century altogether, in the 21st century. So losing jobs to automation is not the core, but losing jobs to automation because you are not skilling yourself for something which is moving at a very fast pace, because the century is rapidly moving. And nobody can be complacent. Nobody can be complacent at any age. If you want to work, you have to be ready to upskill. No automation will take jobs. It will create only more jobs, provided we set up this mindset.
Thank you, Milind. One more thing which I myself have observed is that jobs which are available, our local people are not, local youth are not interested in taking these jobs up. One example is the company which I was working, we needed people who worked in shifts. So people would not want to work after 5:30. I want to go home, enjoy myself. That doesn't happen. But people across the border, both on Karwar side as well as in Maharashtra side, they are ready. They come, they work for 2 shifts also, they have no issues. So this diligence, this attitude needs to change. Now in these industrial estates, especially in pharma sector also, you'll find a lot of people coming from across the border and working. So I would like to ask our President of GSI his thoughts on this and how this trend can be reversed.
So it's a natural phenomenon. When Goans go outside the country, they work in more shifts. It's just a natural law of survival. When those people will go back, you know, the ones they would not do it there, and there'll be someone coming from another place. And at some point, you'll run out of people to work in multiple shifts. So I don't think I would worry too much about that. They'll just find ways to automate more. The industry will find ways to automate more to manage in 8 hours rather than in 12 or 16 hours. The problem there, I think, is more, one is that our law is not great, in the sense our labor laws are just, we need an NEP version of the labor laws, you know, which allows you to work more as long as you are paid for it and you are covered in other ways by the employer. This, by the way, happens in China a lot better. Yeah, so to answer that, I'm not a big fan that everyone, if someone says that they want to work only 8 hours a day, that should still allow them to get a reasonable job. Regarding just a few words on what has been said so far, I don't think, Milind, you can correct me if I've understood this wrong, but my view of everything about the future is we have no clue, okay, of predicting the future. So there is a concept called singularity, which is where you'll reach such a point where AI will be self-generated to an extent where you'll reach that point, you know, on the graph. So all these are sci-fi. It could be real, it could happen, may not happen. If I were, so as business people also, we are in the same thought, no? We can run out of a thing to do in a few years. So again, if you can stick to critical thinking and just work on that and communicate, like build on the basics, what I mean to say. If you build on those 3 or 4 foundational works, they may not be the same words that I have used, but in a different way. You think, stick to your building blocks, you'll move. Whoever has moved up the scale has moved up because at whatever time, in whatever era, Yatin Bab the other day, Gulsharan Das in his speech was talking about his, that person, I forget, Kamble, yeah. This employee in a big firm who could barely read or write, but because of the right attitude and the right skills, really moved up the scale, ended up becoming director. So I think at every stage, as things change, the more they change, the more they remain the same. Like what is fundamental will still remain the same. Try to focus on that. Most other things are noise, in my opinion. You know. So, thank you.
Thank you, Anirudh Bob. You must have seen all the 4 panelists are entrepreneurs. They are self-made. So they employ. Now everybody wants to get a job, either government, private. The demand is much less in private. I would now request Mr. Nitin Desai to give us some hints or some ideas as what qualities or what skills are required to become an entrepreneur.
Okay, I think most important is, as Baba said in his speech in the morning, I think very important point. First, you have to realize what your passion is. It's easier said than done, but I think you need to do a lot of things, undertake a lot of courses to understand what really appeals to you. For youngsters here, I would like to say that, you know, try to do different kind of jobs in the initially. Start with a job. Do some courses, try to understand what really, you know, instigates your passion, and then try to find out a gap in the economy today. For example, Swiggy has very brilliantly, you know, they found a gap between good restaurant quality food, but it needs to be available to the people who wants to have it in the comfort of his home. He doesn't want to go out in his car, face the traffic and all that issues which are there in the Indian cities, the weather conditions as well. When it's raining too heavily, you are stuck up in the house, but you need to have restaurant quality food. You don't want to go in the kitchen, cook and all that. So Swiggy managed to find out this gap between the restaurants and the consumers. So they had a very efficient technology-based system which connected the people, the consumers, to the suppliers, and that really took off. Now whether they are making money or not is a different question, but the fact that businesses like this You know, if you could identify the gaps in the economy and see if your passion can help you to fill those gaps and also make money, that I think is the good place to start doing something. Going back to the previous question about the Goan people, you know, let me tell you the problem, or it's not a problem as such, but we as entrepreneurs, we as business people, in my career spanning 20 years, I have realized that you need to give different things for the Goan worker. The person who comes from outside Goa, he's ready to work in 2 shifts. He's ready to work for 16 hours because he has come here to work. He's not come here to waste his or while away his time, because he has to work, earn money here and go back to his village and then take care of his family there. So when he's here for say 8 months or 10 months, in this time he says, give me work. I want to work, I want to earn, take money and go back. But for a Goan worker, he wants the work-life balance. Okay, he wants to go back to his family. He's going to only work for 8 hours. Second thing, what I've noticed about Goan worker, very important, is there's an informal organization. So you have a hierarchy in your organization, but that no longer works when there are 100% of Goan workers working with you. There, somebody else is the manager. Your manager he's not controlling the workers. One of the workers is controlling the manager and all the other workers. So this is, you know, this is sometimes good because you need to identify those people, you need to encourage them so that they in turn encourage and motivate the other workers. And as a manager or a business owner, I think you should realize these finer nuances of working with a Goan staff and a Goan worker, which is completely different than rest of India, let me tell you. But having said that, they would work only in 1 shift, but try to understand what their problems are. For example, I have 50% of female workers in one of my factories in Pisulnem IDC. Their problem is they come from different villages in Sattari, but they have transportation only up to Honda bus stand. From Honda bus stand to Pisulnem or to Honda IDC, it's a 3-kilometer distance where there is no bus, especially for the female workers, to take them from the bus stand to the factories, because there is no bus stop in the industrial estates. So what we did was we hired vehicles which run specifically during those times in the beginning of the shift and end of the shift, which transport these workers from the factory to the nearest bus stand. So that is it's a genuine problem. So we need to understand why the workers, they look at their time at 6 o'clock, because they know that the last bus is at 6:30, which will go back to their village. So we need to understand why they are not regular, why they need to go early. So I believe this aspect needs to be considered. But having said that, Goan workers, they will own the job. You know, they will be loyal to you and they will come up with ideas. They will tell you, sir, ashe naka ami ashe kuria. Ashe kelar fast काम जाता, आमका चड saving जातली. So they will tell you that, which you will not find from workers which are not from Goa. So they will own that job. They will be loyal to you. What they ask for is better work conditions and finer nuances like this which needs to be understood.
Thank you, Nitin Bab. We'll take a question from the audience. Anybody? Yeah, please. Come in front.
Hello. I have a question to Mirin sir.
Yeah, identify yourself.
My name is Gaurish and I'm from SS Dembo College of Commerce and Economics. My question was, how do you skill in AI? Are there any courses available, or is it being implemented at our level, or any suggestions of courses from your side?
Sure. Your name again?
Gaurish.
Good. Gaurish, see, when we talk about AI, certain aspects you need to understand. AI, the artificial intelligence is building of models. Then there is data intelligence. And AI again is of there are two aspects to AI. One is already existing AI models, like ChatGPT-4 is an existing AI model. Google Bard, existing AI model. Certain models that already exist that can generate music and stuff. And second part to it, second aspect to it, is creating your own AI models. So tomorrow you want to have Despacito song playing only on guitar or only on drums, then there is an AI generation model that you can create in the first place. So learning these two things are two different aspects. Existing AI models can be implemented in a natural language fashion. So anybody can communicate. But if you want to learn AI as such from your side, which somebody from any field can learn, you will have to learn certain technology, like Python forms the base, Django over Python forms the base for it. Now, the question is, where do you learn? There are multiple courses available for Python and Django. You can go on Udemy also. There are quite a good, decent amount of courses available if you don't want to really spend much in lakhs over higher end courses. From there you can start. Once you learn this, you can do and implement existing AI models. No? पहले उसको समझो, how does it work? How can you implement the existing ones? Once you know, you could do simple projects in and around Goa itself. Like Sir Dr. Bandekar is also here. So something like, I was thinking yesterday, something like if every clinic has a simple software which just wherein every doctor could just say or enter without entering patient's name, what is the medicine that the person is prescribing, that the doctor is prescribing, and what is the ailment that a person is suffering from. So we have geo-specific data of what diseases are coming across Goa. So some college students should take up some simple projects like this, implement AI models to predict what will happen in the next monsoons, implement simple AI models to understand what is happening today and because of what factors it is happening today. So to answer your question, there are courses available for as low as 500, 600 rupees online. But moment you do these courses, try and implement such projects which would probably benefit the state of Goa and you get the experience.
Thank you. We have got the next discussion coming up. So we will stop this discussion here. If you are interested, I'll get Mr. Milind Prabhu to the Dempo Commerce College for a lecture with the kind of role of Professor Kamath, if we can. It's quite interesting. AI is very interesting and that's the future. So I thank all the four panelists for coming in. Coming and joining us and sharing your valuable thoughts. And I hope that the audience, especially the youngsters who are here, have gathered knowledge on what is required. And if you have any further questions, we will be there in the audience. You can always connect with us. So thank you, Mr. Kakodkar, Mr. Nitin Desai, Mr. Anuruddh Dempo, and Mr. Milind Prabhu for coming and gracing this panel discussion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, students, kindly give a big hand to our people on the dais. It's now time to hand over some memento, a citation and a shawl. I'll call upon Ms. Manasvi Kamath, member of GCCI and principal of MES College, to kindly do the honors. Yeah. To Mr. Yatin Kakodkar. To Mr. Nitin Desai. to Mr. Anirudh Dempo. To Mr. Milind Prabhu. And to the moderator of the first technical session, Mr. Sanjay Amonkar. Thank you to Ms. Manasvi Kamath, member of GCCI and principal of MES College in Vasco. Thank you to all our panel members of the first technical session. As Mr. Amonkar said, they would be in the audience if you need to ask them a few questions personally. Students, are you taking notes down of the first session? Not taking notes down? Okay, you can check us out on our YouTube channel. Follow AR YouTube. Subscribe to it and follow it. Please make notes if you want to. Wonderful sessions that we have. Please get ready for the next technical session on health and wellness.
To continue the flow of knowledge and wisdom, let us commence the second technical session. The theme of this session is health and wellness. We are honored to have our moderator, Dr. Sneha Bhagat, as well as renowned experts from the health and wellness industry, Dr. Geeta Kakodkar, Dr. Shivanand Bandekar, and Dr. Digambar Naik, are panelists for this session. I request the moderator and panelists to kindly take their seats on the dais. We will be following the same order, 15 minutes for each speaker, 15 minutes for question and answers, and the last concluding remarks by the moderator. Once again, I would like to extend a warm welcome to our renowned panel and wish them a fruitful discussion. I request Ms. Pallavi Arondekar to kindly take over and introduce our moderator as well as panel members.
Thank you, and a warm welcome to the next panel, the Health and Wellness panel. We'd start by welcoming Dr. Shivanand Bandekar, Dean, Goa Medical College. His rich surgical and clinical experience is backed by several national and international fellowships. He has gained mastery in surgeries, namely trauma, including pelvic and spinal trauma, arthroscopy, angioplasty, arthroplasty, etc. The next panelist is Dr. Geeta Kakodkar, Director, Directorate of Health Services. She has worked initially in Goa Medical College and then Directorate of Health Services. She's worked as medical officer, health officer, chief medical officer, medical superintendent, North Goa Hospital, deputy director, public health and MST, and project director, GSACS. The third panelist is Dr. Digambar Naik. He is the chairman of GCCI Health and Wellness Committee. He's a senior cardiometabolic surgeon, creator of the Vrindavan group of hospitals, he's labeled as one of the 50th pathfinders of the Indian healthcare industry. He's a medical educationist and an active Red Cross member. The fourth panelist, Dr. Nilesh Korde. Dr. Korde is professor and HOD of the Rachana Sharira Gomantak Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya and Research Center. He's also the founder director Ashwas India, a venture to train and promote clinical music therapy. An ambassador of Ayurveda not only in India but also in UK and USA, where he has been practicing and teaching for 18 years. He's also director Domin India International USA. And our moderator, Dr. Sneha Bhagwat. She's the founder, consultant and director, Urja Wellness Center. She's also the co-chairperson of GCCI Health and Wellness Committee, president of Goa Council of Ayurvedic and Allied System of Medicine, Government of Goa, and also founder of Planet Speak. All these panelists have several others to their credits, but then I think that would take more than an hour, so we have to cut it short. So thank you once again to all the panelists. I request Ms. Dr. Bhagwat to take over.
Thank you so much, Pallavi. Today, we have seen that the industry, which is healthcare industry, globally is around 7.7 trillion, and it is going to grow up to 8.5 trillion by 2024. Having said this, most of the youth only opt for medical education, nursing, and allied system of medicine. But there are several other sectors also in this industry, and we need to decode these sectors. And I think for even graduates who are in BCom, who are into commerce or arts, can also come along this way, which is an evergreen industry and which is just growing and growing, because we know that health, which is a complex of body and mind, is very important for each one of us. With this note, I would like to first address our panelists. We have great panelists who are expert in their own field, as well as who are expert in having a great experience in employability as well. Let me first welcome Dr. Bandekar, who is the Dean of GMC, which is one of the oldest college in Asia and very renowned for all the healthcare that is provided in the state of Goa. Welcome, sir. Today, as the trend in healthcare industry is growing, what do you think that the biggest future trend in healthcare would be?
Yes, good afternoon to all. Let me thank the organizers for such a wonderful platform that we could share. And I would share only my practical experiences. I will not go into theoretical aspects of anything. Okay. The first thing that I would say that we have brought in a lot of changes in the medical college. When I joined in somewhere in my batch is 1980 batch of MBBS, where there was only doctor and nurses giving patient care. But subsequent to that, we found there were many gaps in the patient care and wellness of the patient. So what you need to identify in healthcare is the layers of patient care. So I'll just give our practical project that we did. In 2013, I started a college of physiotherapy, a college of occupational therapy, radio imaging, then optometry, that is for giving lenses, and anesthesia technology. Now what used to happen before 2013, that people, students from Goa either used to go outside Goa for physiotherapy training, or else me, if I had to do a surgery, I would do a surgery and I'll tell patients, okay, today you're fit to go home, you go home and do these exercises. But was there any driving force? Was there any skilled person after this patient? No. And when he would come back, at least 40% of them had a stiffness, 40% had not even, good outcomes of your surgery. So what we did, we put a layer called as rehab layer. Now this was very important part of the treatment, and people who got into medicine and some who were on the edge of, whatever NEET score, or you say that GCT score, they were getting depressed. I wanted to be a doctor, I wanted to give care to the patient. As you said, many people are passionate about, and youngsters like you are so passionate about to become a healthcare worker. So you would get into this, and we made 120 seats each, 22 seats in each specialty. And today you see our results are 100%. We get very good outcomes, especially these people are very good in patients where we do spinal surgeries, we do head injury surgeries, and to get these patients back on track is very important. So what is my personal opinion is, there are many such gaps even now in the healthcare and wellness. We need to identify them and create those specialists and create those kind of job opportunities. So recently I have started a course in echocardiography. Now what does it mean? The cardiologist is so busy, the turnover is so much that he has no time to do echocardiography. And echocardiography is one thing that you can train a person, he can create a report and give this report to cardiologist. So we are saving a time of cardiologist, and here also the waiting period for the patient is less. So you bring in comfort of consultation, and you also see that he gets the best care. So these gaps we have been identifying, and we will be starting some new courses. For your information, I want to start new courses on dialysis technician. I want to start a new course in what is called as cardiothoracic OT technician, because these are the places. Even these AI people are not here, but I would say, if you have a natural intelligence, there is no need for AI, because all AIs are driven by your natural intelligence. I am the first person in Goa to do robotic surgery, but that robot did not work without my intelligence. So this is how the future of AI. Even in AI, your natural intelligence, NI, is important. So don't get scared of AI because you are naturally intelligent. You need to get a job opportunity. You need to get a skill training. And this is what we are looking at in healthcare system. Thank you.
Our next panelist, Dr. Geeta Kakodkar. She is a Director of Health Services in Government of Goa. I'm sure, madam, that you will be having lots of challenges in employability as far as healthcare workers is concerned. So could you please address the youth, what you expect from the youth when they come as far as employability is concerned?
Good afternoon to all here, and thank you for inviting me here and addressing this gathering. It is good to see young people who are starting off their careers. Let me tell you the first thing, that you can look at a job as a job or as a mission, or you can better yourself by seeing this. There are multiple courses and opportunities available to you, and you should take advantage of all of this so that you better yourself, your profile becomes better, and you are more employable. And besides, the other skills also should be there, which you can develop, like communication skills in an interview, and so many other things. Looks like I'm addressing commerce graduates, so I will limit myself to the opportunities which you have. Previously, the concept of hospitals was, it was doctors, nurses, and some technicians, and whatever the support staff who were there. This was the concept of the hospital. People went there when they were ill, they received their medicines, and they came home, took their medicines. This was the concept of the hospitals. But now, under the Ayushman Bharat mission, it is not only about doctors and paramedical staff. We are encompassing so many other things, and so many employment opportunities are available. Like in the Directorate of Health Services, someone said about entering the data, patient's data, and all that on a computer, so that it can be retrieved in the future and all. We already have HMI systems in our district hospitals, and we intend to put them everywhere in the periphery, and there will be networking. You must have heard of the ABBA card. How many of you have created ABBA cards for yourself? I see only 3 or 4 hands. Now we are going digital. The healthcare industry is not only about doctors and nurses now. We are going digital. In that will be having eventually the HMIS system in all the hospitals. And the ABHA card is a card which you can go on the ABDM site. It is a health card. Eventually, all the information that is entered in every hospital will be transferred on this card, including insurance details and many other things. So here we are employing technical people, or we are outsourcing the jobs to technical people who can take care of this. So employability is there everywhere in IT, in this, so many other things, maybe not directly in the Directorate of Health Services, but in those people whom we take for outsourced services, or some other companies, or the IT department. So it is like interlinked. So this ABHA card finally will be a repository of all your health information. So your information will be transferred on the card. Tomorrow if you go to Bombay and you want to access your records with some other doctor, with this card, and there is a kind of security also, there will be an OTP which is generated, and you can share your information with the next doctor, the past this. So this is one thing towards which we are going. Then we are having a health professional registry, where everyone will be registered. All the doctors, all the nurses, all the healthcare professionals will be registered on this, so that a common person can have access to which doctor to visit or what to do. So this is one employable this. Like someone said that in the present system, we directly employ doctors, nurses, support staff, technicians, and those kind of people who are directly related to the healthcare industry. Then someone said about LDC, these administrative jobs are there. But if you all are young people and you want to see a big sort of shift, and you have to build up your skills in everything. Now, previously it was only about allopathic medicine, but now we have branched out from the medicine concept. You get ill, you get medicines, and you go home or whatever, and whatever the natural progression of the disease is there, you follow that particular thing. But now it is not like that. It is about wellness. So most of our centers are now being slowly transformed to health and wellness centers, where not only allopathic services, but Ayush services, yoga, all these concepts are now coming, and there's a big transformation in the healthcare industry. Now the employment opportunities are also for people following other traditional medicines, people who are practitioners of yoga. I know of a person who was in the IT for a very long time, but her passion was Pilates or yoga or something like that. And then she went abroad. And this kind of opportunity. She went abroad, and this kind of opportunity was not there in the IT industry where she was posted. Then she did that a full course of Pilates, where even anatomy was taught, this, that, and now she is very happy pursuing a job that she likes. Finally, when you are doing a job, you should like what you are doing also. And you can do this by building your skill sets and making yourself employable. Now, coming back to the healthcare industry, we have this so many other things, like we employ counselors. We have a Telemanas project which is coming up. It is mentored by the IPHB, but the basic unit is in the South Goa District Hospital, where we have employed psychiatrists and counselors. And this is there is a helpline, and since you all are young people, you all have a lot of stresses and so many other problems which you would not like to talk to your peers or to your parents or to your teachers. So this helpline, you can try it out if you have some the helpline number, of course it is there. It may be there on the net also. So this kind of employment opportunities also are there. And like you say, the world is a limit with this artificial intelligence. Dr. Bandekar has said he has done the robotic surgery. So so many things are coming up in the healthcare and technology, and the sky is the limit. But basically, you should have the will to bettering yourself, having ambitions and working towards that ambition. And this holds true for all industries, including the healthcare industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for the important inputs in public health sector, especially the employability in public health sector. Having said that, Madam has already touched some points of yoga, wellness, and taking care of ourselves with well-being, and the people also getting diverted towards wellness, yoga, and other natural therapies. So we have Dr. Nilesh Korde, who is experienced in the field of Ayurveda, and he's been to different countries as well, and he knows how the world is waiting for specific wellness industry, which is mainly Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy. And this being the USP of India, I think our youth should know what exactly the industry in this specific sector expects.
Warm welcome to all of you all and a good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. Well, I will just quote myself. I joined this industry somewhere in 1987 when there was no training about Ayurveda, yoga. There was nothing exactly, in Goa especially. So I had to go to Bangalore and learn it. By the time it's been 30 years I've been working, trends have changed so much. In 1995, Indian system of medicine and homeopathy was established by the government of India. Later on, we had Ayush system that was established in 2013. And from 14 onwards, we have an entire ministry that is directed towards it. It means that the intent of the work has been so much, and there's been so much of an advantage with the work itself, that people have started accepting it. Not because the other science has been poorly or the other science has been bad, but because of the benefits that they see with this science. Secondly, when it comes to an international acceptance, the people who come to you internationally are the people who have been rejected, are the people who couldn't be treated. As an industry, the sky is the limit, as Madam said, that already government of Goa has started opening up wellness clinics. For that we need to define what is wellness to understand what exactly the term wellness comes from, or where exactly the term wellness comes from. It's the basic requisite of every human being to feel good within himself, not allow himself to be diseased, and maintain his own health. Seeking a hospital will be after you fall ill. And how do you fall ill? Is because you allow yourself to fall ill. Now the government had such a broad spectrum of this. The various sectors that are available in this field, it is not only Ayurveda, as Madam has rightly said, somebody went and did Pilates outside. Today the acceptability of yoga is so much that in a few years to come, we might have to learn yoga from the Westerners. What is required now to be a part of this industry? Apart from your bodies and intelligence, nothing is required. It is your effort to train yourself and to religiously practice what you've trained into, and then create a teacher out of yourself, speak about yourself. You don't need a background of science specifically. Since all of you all come from a commerce background, learning yoga is something that is inherent to all of us. From the Ayurveda perspective, what you can do? There has to be if you look at the market value today, it was about 4.5 billion worth of herbs and cosmetics that were exported out from India. The next, that was shown in 2020. In 2028, the projected one is more than 28 billions. Where are the raw materials going to be coming from? Where do we source the raw material from? So growing, cultivating, collecting, preserving, and knowing the techniques of which what plant requires what doesn't actually need science, but actually needs your interest into that. You could grow one herb in the area that you're given, or in the area that you have. You could just grow one herb, grow it to the best of the quality possible, and that has a very big market value for you. From there, moving on to carers. Carers, massage therapists, health workers. Three fields that are open out here. Madam would be facing difficulty in finding therapists around over here, Ayurveda therapists and yoga therapists themselves. I'm sure you're facing that. It doesn't again require a degree, it just requires you to enroll yourself for a year's course. And if I'm not mistaken, Urja Wellness has got a course running for therapists, as such, therapists in Panchakarma and Ayurveda. So what is essential is what you want to do with yourself. Searching a branch of graduating need not mean that it becomes your career. You could always diversify and create a passion for yourself which is going to be beneficial to the humanity around you. Just before this, I heard about artificial intelligence, and then Pandekar sir commented on that it is you who are required to run the intelligence itself. And I was pretty shocked to see that the number of jobs that are going to be collapsing, 79% of the jobs will no longer be existing, but 87% of more jobs will be created. It is all for those who are very intelligent. But what about those who are not very intelligent? What about those who do not have that amount of intelligence to come into this frame? A human body is going to be forever existing. And as long as human beings are there, ill health is a part of the human being. And as long as this exists, to support ill health, we need human beings only. So try and create a profession for yourself by virtue of which you will be beneficial for another human being.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Kode. Moving on to the next panelist, who is a cardiologist, well-known cardiologist, and as well runs a nursing institute and has got a great experience in that as well. So I think we would like to understand what is the demanding skill set or the education specifically which will help this health industry to work or function in a very good way, and you know, the audience, the available audience, how they can be rightly fitted in this specific skill set.
Thank you, Sneha. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, my friends. I've been into health industry from 1975. So gone through that stage where industry was, if you consider it today, what we are doing today and what we were doing at that time, it was so premature. I would say lesser than premature. That's a time, but we still made diseases all right, and we still gave a healthy life to the people. My friends, this is what the health industry is. Now speaking from three very, very learned speakers, you've got the extent of what is health industry. The biggest industry in our whole universe. Now that we have, most of us are out into the space, I would definitely say it is the universe. Your ant moving there needs health care. An elephant and man and the chief ministers and presidents of the country, they all need health care. And all of them need the same health care. Because all of them have the same human body, all of them have the same human brain and mind, and all other things. Today, we talk much more about mind. Because after studying the brain for ages now, we are thoroughly studying what human mind is. Today, if you understand, human body is not the solid body that you see. It's a bunch of energy. And this energy is in continuity with the energy of the huge universe. All of you are transmitting energy with all of us here right at this moment, including these things which you feel have no life. Everything is life. If you analyze the atom of that, you'll find the same, take a hydrogen atom, you'll find the same proton along which an electron is moving. If you take an atom from the hydrogen atom from my body, it will be the same. So this, my friend, is what the healthcare is. And don't be under impression that we are commerce students, so we are going to be only accountants and will have nothing to do with the healthcare. If you have the passion, today you have the ability to make that passion of yours into your profession. And if you do that, you are earning money and you are having your hobby all the time. So easy to be happy into this world. And for me, happiness is equal to the health. Good healthcare is good happiness. Okay? Now, having said that, let's see what are the various things which we have. First of all, of course, doctors are there, nurses are there. For doctors, you have to compete, so there's no question of talking about it. Nursing, yes, you can still take up that profession and excel yourself and become some of the topmost people in healthcare sector into this world. In nursing, there are so many things. One is MSc nursing. I'll just analyze that we have got so much of important education by now. Then you have BSc nursing. MSc nursings are basically trainers. BSc nursing usually are, today everybody wants BSc nursing. You have a BSc nursing, you can go to US, UK, get paid as well as much as the doctors. You go to Gulf and you go to any hospital, your job is there. Then below that there are G&M 3 years course, there is A&M 1 year's course, there are home nursing, there are nursing assistants. So many aspects, and each one of them can live or can do a great life. Okay, forget about this nursing. Then there are paramedicals. Now you have heard. I remember first time when I started a paramedical college, there was nothing called the concept of paramedical. We used to take some graduates or students and train them to do X-ray, train them to do all those things. That's all they knew. Today's X-ray technician will know everything about your body. Today's eco technician will be as good as a cardiologist. Not only he'll be able to do it beautifully, but he'll be able to also advise you accordingly. So friends, these paramedical courses today are totally different. It's 25 years now that I have this paramedical college. And we've got so many technical courses there. Say X-ray, lab technician, ECG, echo, ultrasound, OT, ICU, and Dr. Bandekar has named many more. Okay? In every aspect, we have a technician who will support and help the doctor. Like I have an echocardiographer doing an echocardiography. I don't have time to do an echocardiography myself. I can't go there. If I go to do there, I'll just do it in 5-10 minutes, and then I'll do a half-hearted work. While if I have a good technician, he will give me a sufficient time, and he will do an echo. Today, echo, the way we call it a metabolic echo. Just on an echo, I can practically know all that is happening inside his body. Now, yesterday, we had a patient with paralysis of all 4 limbs coming in. We didn't have the cause. All 4 limbs are slowly getting paralyzed. Not slowly, suddenly getting paralyzed. GB syndrome was ruled out. Then I just did an echo, and through an echo, I could exactly pinpoint where and how Was he getting a neurological problem? And the heart was showing me all that. So today, each of these branches have become great branches, mind you. You will have eco-technician earning 4 to 5 lakhs a month. And today, if you give me 100 eco-technicians, I will employ all 100 of them right now. So this is what is lacking today. It's not one branch, it's number of branches. Okay, I was going through the government of Goa's site. You know, they were talking about the paramedical courses. Skill, they come under skilled labor, which they put it as nurses, lab technicians, and doctors. This word lab technician should become a paramedical technician, because out of the 100 people that I train every year in laboratory, 90% of them come as come for lab technician, because they say this is the only place which will give me a job in the government. And most of the time, they go as, and they are given other jobs, like a dialysis technician. His training is totally different than from a laboratory technicians. Okay, so if you can make that change, all these people will take up all these courses. Okay. So friends, these are the hundreds of such courses available there. We were talking about accounts. I was just sitting down with my account team yesterday. They need, number one, a data entry person. Now look at these accounts, data entry person. They need cashiers separately. They need billing people. They need insurance instructors. They need accountants. Your branch itself has become so much verified. And this is all into the health. Simple security thing. It's a non-skilled job. But hospital security is totally different. And today people are training people for a hospital security. If somebody takes that as a specialty, that he trains only hospital security, you will have a huge business. You will remove a number of, replace number of security personnel who do such a rash job. Friends, this is what we have into this. Here I would like to tell you just few things. You can decide and you can create a new specialty into health, because health applies to everybody, every man and animal, and it employs everybody. And if you talk about AI, health will be one situation where AI will be in maximal use. Okay. Now, how will you train yourself to that? There are, I just want to say a few points, give you a few points which will make you a perfect man, where we call it as a skill gap. So you've gone into your profession, and then you need to fit yourself into that profession and become the best. That is where any profession and to anybody, that is where you must be able to bridge these skill gaps, and this is done by you, by your own learnings. Maybe professional learning, or maybe learning yourself, maybe your Google learning. Yes. The first point I want you to understand, into any of this health sector where you want to be an expert health personnel or a professional, one is your communication and interpersonal skill. The first most important skill. Second is a critical thinking and problem solving. I just talked to you about a critical case which I had to face into the ward, which you have to face every now and then into your healthcare professionalism. Digital and technological skills, today you can't do without it. I'm still bad at it. I find myself, when it comes to digital skills, I need someone else sitting to me and showing me or teaching me. Please start learning. You are youngsters, you are extremely good at digital thing, and especially Indian youngsters, you are too good at digital thing. Okay? Negotiation skill. Mind you, every day you are buying or selling. And if you have a negotiation skill, every day you will be saving. Marketing skills, the ability to sell. selling skills. You are selling your expertise. That also needs a skill. Then your team management and collaboration skills. Today, none of the healthcare professional you will find can work alone. He is working with number of situations. And the most important is the writing skill. Whatever you have understood, write it down. In your marketing words or administrative words, we call them SOPs. Learn to write it down so that you can, number one, you can pass it on to the next generation or to the next person. And secondly, once you have write it down, your mind, which is constantly underworking, underthinking, will be able to continuously add more and more sets and subsets to your writing. And friends, this is the way you improve and you go to a level which only you can reach. There is no limit where you can reach a level of expertise in healthcare system. Take up healthcare and you are going to need healthcare. Yesterday I had a man coming in, 70-year-old man coming in, his daughter who was an advocate. I could explain and she could talk to me as if she was a doctor. In fact, I asked her, are you a doctor? He says, I'm an advocate. So much of skills, so much of expertise she had picked up so that her parents, her families gets the right treatment. So this is one sector, this is one science, this is one art, this is one commerce. All of you need either for yourself or for your bread and butter or for your friends or for your people around you or your friends. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
A wonderful package of skill sets and definite answer from each of the panelists where actually a healthcare industry would lead us to as youth has been explained by each of the panelists here. Now I would like to ask if any one of you from the audience would like to answer a specific question wherein you could make your career or a profession which you think would be appropriate for you. So it looks like everybody is interested in the industry. But mind you, healthcare is the biggest industry. Yes. Yes, please. Yeah, please. Can you please help her with the mic?
I'm Assistant Professor Vaishali Nevgi from Parsegar College. We are into BA B.Ed courses, integrated B.Ed courses, and I have one of my student here, Abhay Patil. Besides being a future teacher, he has also studied Yoga Shastra. He has just got, yeah. So on his behalf also I would like to ask if there's any scope for students like him in the wellness sector.
Yes. So self-employment opportunities in this industry.
As we all know that today India leads the world in yoga. Yes. So people like him who have already graduated as and would like to go further as teachers, I think our government of Goa has lots of opportunities for them to become instructors. Some of them who are following another profession in the daytime can also be absorbed because there's a dearth of people who are trained into teaching yoga in that. So certainly he's got that opportunity as such. Let me just add, as you read my biodata, there was something called as music therapy, which I was and I deal with as such. Well, years back, when I first went to London in 2005, I think so, I was hosted by the Otticar Cross Music Therapy Center, and I was unaware of this science, totally unaware of this science, because as doctors, we are normally trained into understanding how to handle a disease is only by giving medications or by therapies. Never heard about something called as music therapy, though India has a very rich tradition into that. For all of those who have a musical ability, whether it is an instrument or whether it's their vocals, whatever they would like to use, this is an excellent ground. Now, in which cases that they are allowed to do things? One is, you must have heard about autism very recently as such, yeah. Quite a lot of people are suffering from, children are suffering from autism. In these cases, we found fantastic results in children with Down syndrome. And you won't believe the level at which they have been taken to. In fact, if you've heard the Trinity School of Music, the music therapy students who have been, students who have joined the course over there, the patients have achieved up to a level of distinction at the Trinity School of Music, though they were unable to read and write or had any physical communication or could have any physical communication with the society around. But when they answered these exams, they have scored distinction. So this is one branch which requires only 2 skills. Basically, you should have a background of psychology and or make yourself get the background of psychology and a little musical touch. Ashwas is offering courses in music therapy, which is clinical music therapy. It is not like making someone sit and listen to some form of music, but exposing him to various kinds of musical instruments as well as vocals so that his breathing gets in tuned and comes to normalcy with the society around. So those of you who are interested in learning more about it can certainly inquire with me about it.
I think this coming year, we are starting a course in beauty healthcare. It's a course like a beautician, but the person who look at enhancement of the health parameters will be starting in the coming academic year. We are already working on it. Beauty as healthcare. In fact, today I was coming out from Mapsa to here, okay, early in the morning. I usually don't come by the highway, it is packed at that time, 9:30, 10 o'clock. I take a route from inside which goes by the side of an education complex. There was the whole thing was packed, car was hardly moving. There was a queue of not more than at least 4 to 5 youngsters standing in the queue. And I asked one of them, what is this? They said there is an interview for some employment. I didn't know what it was. But looking at this, are so many people unemployed? But all of them were with their vehicles. They were all with either 2-wheelers or 4-wheelers. Are they all unemployed? Or are they all graduating to find an employment they like? Or which will give them a higher opportunity in their higher sphere of life? I didn't know. I was totally perplexed. If so many students are unemployed into our situation. Thank you.
So yes, thank you, Dr. Kodi and Dr. Vigambar again. And I think we'll take one more question.
Ma'am, this is just a question I would like to ask. From your discussion, we learned that there is opportunity for every student, even if they leave this stream of medicine. I mean, when we take biology, we leave biology, we go into maths. So this stream is open up till even if you are a commerce graduate. So I would like to ask that, is there a gap between the government? Is there a way that government, academia and the healthcare and wellness industry can collaborate and make a platform to guide the students that this particular healthcare industry is open to a person or a student, even though they take, a shift from their biological stream into some other stream? There should be the academic institution should guide the student how they can do this with your collaboration.
There is sufficient scope for all of you to enter the healthcare sector. Sufficient scope. Lots of new courses, lots of available courses. Okay, Dr. Bandekar may not have them. Okay, but in other sphere, yes. In our college, we have all types of stream. at any level, and they can become, of course, that is that stops at technical level. Nursing, except for BSc nursing, rest of the nursing can be taken up by any faculty or any stream.
Yeah, answering your question, you have absolutely pointed out, kind of a vacuum that is existing. This is the first program in my career I'm attending where there's a platform with youth, and I think you should have more such programs, number one. Okay? And see, there is definitely a gap between the communication of this department, academia, then university, institutes, and the aspiring youngsters. We also should have this one meeting prior to getting admission, that is prior to getting academic admissions in different courses, where each one comes and gives you a kind of a counseling, saying that what all things are available with us, what is the future in that, which are the subjects that we look at you. But even though you are a commerce student, there are many jobs that my institute can offer. Right now, under Skill India, I have 377 jobs of apprenticeship in my college and hardly 33 takers. What are the range of jobs that we have? We have data entry, we have technicians, we have, technicians, whatever they have done after 12, that kind of technician. Then we have LDC, UDC, we have ANMs, we have GNMs. So all of you who have done these courses should rush to my institute and meet my nodal officer, you get jobs. Now what happens with this apprenticeship? Is it a permanent job? That would be the second question. It is as of now 1 year. We will see you working. See, finally, there is a vast gap between the qualification and the performance. This also we have seen. The practicality is also different. Somebody might come with MCH and then we still find that he doesn't know certain procedures himself. This is because his training institute has created him. He has got university degree. But after this Skill India apprenticeship program, we will observe you. And it is a right of an institute head to recommend your name for permanent job. So I think this is one of the biggest steps that Government of India, Government of Goa is done under Skill India. And to start with, you can interact with so many people, experienced people within the institute, within the surrounding, and you will get good guidance. So my 377 jobs are waiting for you. If you please come and get. They have got different specialties, different walks of life. Okay, and then your question, I suppose, is this answer. If you have a common platform, yes, we can guide you, we can even suggest you what subjects to choose, what could be your future. And then you can focus on your strengths other than your weaknesses. If many people want, I don't know biology, I don't know maths and these are my weaknesses. But there are some big strong points in your those points you can focus on. Thank you.
I don't know if GCCI can take a lead. Kamath is here, along with the educationists around, to bring the people on a common platform so that they don't have this vacuum into their mind. Where do I go? Here I see early in the morning thousands of people waiting for a job, and here you have jobs going empty, and I have seats going empty in my college. Okay?
So definitely I think GCCI can take up this lead and try to build this gap which has been created between the youth and the industry, and specifically the healthcare industry, wherein healthcare industry has a lot to offer, not only as far as medicine is concerned, but as far as health, wellness, and the skill set required. It could be even in computers or AI or data entry or any such skills, like even Dr. Digambar said, the security that is required for a particular hospital or for a particular healthcare sector is completely different, with a different mindset in that particular person. So this kind of skill set is the gap that has been created definitely needs an interruption, and I think GCCI along with Government of Goa will definitely take a step forward towards this. And I once again thank all the panelists for giving their valuable time. Like Dr. Bandekar said that he was the first time in such a conference or such a panel discussion, but I think so you're really very busy serving the people of Goa, and that makes us a little difficult to disturb you and get you, but I'm happy that GCCI could do this, and as well personalities like Dr. Kakurkar, Dr. Kode, Dr. Digambar, everybody has a lot to do during their daily schedule, and on behalf of GCCI, I thank you one and all.
Still have time. It's just 1:15. We can. No, you want to go? Carry on, madam. Carry on, madam. We can still spend. We still have 15 minutes. If we can spend that, great. Madam can go.
Sir, would you like to continue because she said
Answer a few questions. Carry on, madam.
See, what we are here today on this platform is for your welfare. And if we, at the end of the day, we have achieved even 50% of this aim or a goal, I think this was worth it because, I have left my OPDs and come just to address you. There's a huge queue there, madam, really. But I said this is also important. But we need your feedback. If you sit silently, then we won't know what is going on in your mind. So please, if you have some questions, feel free. Ask any question. Ask questions about your career, how to get into GMC, how to get job in GMC. All that I am ready to answer. But come out with questions so that future of such platforms is your welfare. So that's why I'm saying another 5 minutes I can still wait. Then I can rush.
Let me have the second last word here. Like Dr. Bandekar is saying, we did not hear from here. And the time also is short. And it is a weekday, working day, one day. Lots of other commitments also are there. Though I would really like to be here with you. Many questions were asked about what to do after this commerce. You don't have to limit yourself to thinking of government job or thinking of how to just step into a job, because this job probably will not pay you the extent or the salary that you need to live your life the way you want to. So you have to build a separate skill set. Like you can self-employment opportunities are there, of course. The government is giving so many opportunities, not only in the healthcare industry. Like for example, in the healthcare industry, now we are dealing with TPA and insurance people also. So that way, there are so many things in the healthcare industry. We have biomedical engineers. We have the accountants under the NRHM. Various kinds of jobs have opened up for commerce graduates also. But what I'm saying is, if you limit yourself to one job, someone here said in Goa, if you feel that you should be in your own state, not do anything, then this mindset, if it goes, I'm sure all of you, all the Goan students who are here will do really, really well, because we are people who are skilled, we have the intelligence, and we need the exposure to outside of Goa, whatever you can get and you can learn. Like Dr. Bandekar has said, anytime in the DHS also, we have our staff who can guide you about these jobs and about what can be done. But self-employment, I think, is the way forward now. You should not limit yourself to a job which will pay you the salary and so many other things. You get into that, but like many of our parents and older people, well, so you have the skills, you build up the skills, you will get your due and you will be happy also. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gita. The self-employment is what I wanted to say about. Okay, this is one profession where the chance for a self-employment is the highest. The chance for a ability for and chance for a self-employment is highest. That is where I just requested you. I just quoted some some skill gaps which you should take over. Okay, I'll just give you one simple story of one of my first technician. That technician was a commerce graduate. That technician was a girl. She was one of the first batch. Today, she owns a laboratory. She earns more than 4 or 5 lakhs a month. She was a commerce student, and she was a young girl. This is where in everything you have an ability to self-employ yourself, and you have an ability to grow yourself if that skill is the best skill, is your hobby. Thank you so much.
I won't take much time. I will just say you need to dare and you need to think out of the box. Are the only two qualities that you need to have within yourself, which is going to allow you to think differently and think with a broader spectrum what all I can do for myself to enhance my own self.
I would like to thank all our panelists and moderator for such an in-depth and fruitful conversation and being so accommodating to all the questions of our students. So as a token of our appreciation, I would like to invite Dr. Manasvi Kamath, member of the GCCI and the principal of MES College, to please present our panelists and moderator with a citation, shawl and memento. We'll start with our panelist, Dr. Geeta Kakodkar. Please put your hands together. Our next panelist, Dr. Shivanand Bandekar. Dr. Digambar Naik. And Dr. Nilesh Korde. And our moderator who led us through this whole discussion, Dr. Sneha Bhagwat. Thank you, Dr. Manasvi Kamath. As we have come to an end of the technical session 2, we will now break for lunch, which will be provided outside the auditorium. I request all of you to please be back by 2:30 as we need to start with the next technical session 3. Thank you once again. See you all soon.
chairman of the D'Souza Group and the immediate past president of Goa Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The D'Souza Group is a business house engaged in hospitality business, owning travel resorts, travel agencies, and tour operations. Mr. Ralph D'Souza is on the Board of Governors, Government of India, Ministry of Tourism's Institute of Hotel Management. He's also on the Board of Directors of EDC, where he was the former task force member of the Chief Minister's Rozgar Yojana, CMRY, the microfinance body of the state of Goa. Mr. D'Souza previously held the positions as chairman of the Goa America Heart Foundation Trust, the president of Travel and Tourism Association of Goa, the chairman and patron of Goa Heritage Action Group, a trustee of the Museum of Christian Art, and was a past chairman of CII Goa Council. So a round of applause for Mr. Ralph D'Souza, please. Thank you. Mr. Saurabh Khanna, he's the general manager, the Park Hotel at the Park Kalangut. As the current GM of the Park Hotels in Goa, he oversees 2 award-winning boutique hotels and an upcoming property here. He's an alumnus of the Institute of Hotel Management, Mumbai, and holds a postgraduate diploma in business marketing from Symbiosis University, and has pursued the professional development programs at Cornell University, USA. He's ranked among the 10 coolest GMs in India by Travel Span, and he's also an esteemed fellow of the International Institute of Hotel Management. Mr. Saurabh Khanna, round of applause, please. Mr. Nilesh Shah, he is the president of TTAG and the founder and partner of Purushottam Bhagwan and Associates, a 3-decade-old travel and tourism firm. He's the winner of Top Performer Award from major domestic and international airlines. He was the past president of JCI Panaji, past president of Rotary Club of Panjim, past chairman of the Travel Agents Association of India, the Goa chapter, and he's currently president of TTAG, the apex tourism body in Goa. As a president, he has representations in various government bodies like GTDC, Goa Tourism Board, Investment Promotion Board, etc. Then we have Mr. Prahlad Suktankar. He is the managing partner, Good Eats Hospitality, that is well known as Black Sheep Bistro. It's an award-winning restaurant which is consistently ranked among Condé Nast Traveler's top 50 restaurants. Prahlad is an alumnus of Les Roches, Switzerland, and a certified wine sommelier. He's currently Goa chapter head of the National Restaurant Association of India and on the managing committee of NRAI's All India Board. A round of applause for Mr. Prahlad Suktankar, please. And last but not the least is our moderator, Dr. Pradeep Salgaonkar, director of Saldots Academy. He's a pharmacy graduate from Goa College of Pharmacy and PhD in management from Goa University. He has worked with prestigious organizations such as Cipla, Goa Housing Corporation, Saraswat Bank BBA department, and he was director at Sri Sri Institute of Management, Goa, before turning into a full-time corporate trainer. He has presented several papers in national and international seminars. He has authored a book, Marketing of Healthcare Services, and published many articles in renowned research journals. He is recipient of the prestigious Dr. D.D. Kosambe Postdoctoral Research Fellowship and past chairman of the Goa Management Association. So round of applause for Dr. Pradeep. Over to you, Dr. Pradeep. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I don't see the spirit behind. Can I have a louder good afternoon, please? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Of course, we have a wonderful panel of experts sitting over here to discuss about the tourism and hospitality industry. And many of you must have come with the expectation or with the hope that what can we do? Because we all know tourism and hospitality is the backbone of Goan economy. So there's no need to explain more about it. You see anywhere in the world, Goa is known. Goa is always on the global map as far as tourism and hospitality is concerned. And going back to the tradition of Goans, what do you call, the warm hospitality which the Goans are known for. So that is what makes Goa special. But today's the agenda that we are having is, how can these experts who are sitting on the panel, how can they give you certain ideas, certain tips, certain takeaways, how the skills could be enhanced, maybe by you or maybe by the state or maybe by other stakeholders like your institutions or anyone else, or for that matter, you yourself taking help of maybe other resources like online resources and things like that. And secondly, what could be the opportunities and avenues in the hospitality and tourism sector? So basically, we are going to discuss and deliberate on these two issues. So what we are going to do is, we are going to listen to the speakers' perspectives or their opinions about the whole industry and the avenues and what are the challenges maybe in the industry. So I would like to start with Prahlad to begin with, and please share your views with the audience.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me on this panel. Could I get what was the question again? I didn't follow your question.
No, there was no question. I'm just asking you all to share your views about the skill gap presently in the industry, the Goan industry that is facing. Because since you all four of you are from the industry, so you have a first-hand understanding of what is happening out there in the industry. So you have certain expectations as the industrialist, and the institutions are preparing the students with a certain expectation. So I feel somewhere there is a mismatch or somewhere there's a gap. So just your views about the industry as a whole, and how could the youth participate in this industry for a sustainable tourism and hospitality in Goa?
Thank you so much. This is a very important question today. See, what is happening right now is, we have educational institutions. Of course, we can, I'll speak specific to my industry, which is the restaurant industry. The restaurant industry is it's a very, very dynamic industry. It is in the service sector, it is the third largest industry in the entire country after financial services and one more industry. So this is the third largest. Secondly, if you look at how it affects tourism, it is one of the biggest influencers of tourism today. It is nearly all the countries who are doing well in tourism, whether it is France or Italy, Denmark, South America, all these countries, the moment they started promoting gastronomic tourism in their country, the tourism made a huge jump up. So gastronomic tourism, you know, we take it a lot of the times, we don't give it that much value, because we think that, you know, there should be some monuments that people come and see. But actually, if you ask today, I think last time the general manager of Taj was with us, he was sharing this data that everybody who comes to Goa, he first looks at which restaurants are around that hotel and makes his decision according to that. So you see, gastronomic tourism is a big influencer today. And from the skills perspective, what is happening is, we have been able to get students to, we can certainly teach them how to cook, how to serve, how to manage. These basic things can always be taught. But the current requirement is not that. The current requirement right now in our industry is the changing consumer preferences, constantly changing consumer preferences, constantly changing culinary trends, and constantly changing technological advancements. If these three things, if the students are not able to keep up with, then they cannot be future ready, and they cannot even meet the current expectation. Forget about being future ready. And some of the future requirements will be the same thing, but more driven towards sustainability, or driven towards digital marketing, or digital or technological advancements in other aspects, whether it is, say, extraordinary customer experience, but from an online platform and delivery process. So these are the future, some of the future job requirements. So currently, that is the gap that we feel. We have students who can cook, clean, all these things, but keeping up with the changing trends is the key.
So what I understand or what I gather from you is the workforce or the newer generation which is looking to take jobs in tourism sector, they are not having the skill set of the present day skills. That's maybe it could be technology oriented, maybe it could be AI driven skills or whatever. So how could the institutions have a particular what do you call a constraint? When they have a set syllabus, the institutions will have to follow that syllabus because they are governed by the universities. So going beyond that, the current trends, it takes a long time for the institutions to adopt the current trends. Because there's a procedure, it has to go from board of studies and then blah, blah. Okay, there's a hierarchy which is to be followed. So it takes a lot of time for that. So in absence of that, how could the students prepare themselves to get ready for the industry? Just your views.
Absolutely, this is a very good question. And so to answer this, what is happening right now is we are, the one word solution to this issue is exposure. Now what happens is the moment student gets the basic understanding from the college, the moment he steps into the work area, he needs to be surrounded with like-minded people who will give them that exposure. Now this is the difference that separates, say, someone working in the restaurant industry in Europe and America and in our education. What happens is here restaurant, as you know, is very dynamic. We are always fighting for a market share with 3,000 other restaurants in the city. Panaji alone has nearly more than 2,000-3,000 restaurants, small to big. And so what happens is you have to be very constantly evolving, staying ahead of the curve, doing different things. So that environment will really help kids develop that exposure. Which currently what is happening is they end up working in larger hotels and things like that, where as a trainee, we've all gone through that training, we end up in the back of the house somewhere peeling potatoes or doing something or doing our bit. And that builds character, and I completely agree with that also. But they need to be surrounded with exposure, like-mindedness and creativity, people full of creative energy that they can bounce off, and that exposure is going to drive them to learn on their own.
Certainly, certainly. Thanks, Prahlad. I would request Saurabh now, because Saurabh comes with a different kind of experience handling a major hotel, one of the major hotels in the coastal belt of Goa. So Saurabh, your views, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. India, in India, the hospitality industry has employs about 8% of the workforce overall in India, whereas in Goa, it's 35%. So you can see the importance of the workforce, the hospitality industry workforce in Goa. But in spite of the percentage being so high, there's still a big gap in the industry in Goa. I read some reports in 2020-21, GCCI and Goa University had done a survey, a research in which at that time the requirement of skilled manpower was about 60,000 odd. It was close to that figure, 59,000 something, and what we had in the industry at that time was around 36,000. Okay, so in 2020, at that time there was already a huge gap existing, and post-COVID, Goa's hospitality industry has seen a huge bounce back, and the gap has gone, has increased furthermore since then. So if we have to see the industry growing continuously, we need to have the skilled manpower fulfilling that gap. And my panel member here, Mr. Suktankar, mentioned quite a few relevant points. He used a term called exposure, which is very important to fulfill that gap. But I have a few extra things that I'd like to add. My philosophy is that hire for attitude, train for skill. Okay. So not anybody and everybody can be made for everything. Okay, so hospitality industry requires a few key attributes which I think can be developed over a period of time, and if you have those attributes, you'll fit perfectly into the industry. First and foremost is genuine compassion. Okay, do you have genuine compassion for people? Do you like making people happy? Okay, eagerness to learn and grow. Okay, it's a very dynamic industry. Every 6 months there is a new trend that comes in. Things change. So do you have the eagerness to learn and grow? Are you able to see things from others' point of view? Okay. So in this industry, we're not dealing with machines, we're not dealing with robots, we're dealing with people, okay, and every person is different. So do you have the ability to deal with humans and handle each person differently? So these are some attributes that are very important in our industry, and if you have these, I think the only skill that you need is common sense. Okay, so if you have these things, I'm sure skills can be learned, and it can be trained. So yes. Also, a few things that I'd like to add are in terms of trends. The digital is coming in a big way. We've seen a lot of mechanical things, a lot of automated things getting automated. Things which can be done on a repetitive basis are getting automated. AI is taking over in a big way, and with AI coming in, soft skills are going to become even more important. Okay, because the usual mechanical things can be taken care of by machines, artificial intelligence, and so on. But when you're dealing with people, when you're dealing with humans, the soft skills play a very important part. So with that's going to play an even more important part once the other half is taken over by AI. So yeah, these are some of the things that I'd like to add.
Nice. I think since you are in the field, right there in the battleground, what you say, I read you were also in L&D department and heading the training department for quite some time before getting elevated. So what do you think is easy, imparting technical skills or soft skills?
Wow. That's a googly. See, as I mentioned, soft skills are developed over a period of time. Okay, technical skills can be trained much easily. Technical skills, say in a restaurant or a kitchen, is much more easier to handle, can be learned in a shorter span of time. But the softer skills take a much longer time to build, much longer time to practice. So so technical skills are easier to impart, and softer skills will depend a lot on the person who's being trained.
Yeah, just an addition to that. We hear that the employee turnover in hospitality is quite high. So you recruit a person, he's there with you for 6 months, 1 year, and then he says, okay, I'm leaving. And you have invested certain amount of money in skilling him as far as soft skills is concerned. So how do you look at this equation? And how do you, how can you cope with or retain the employee, in other words?
Richard Branson had mentioned a quote. Somebody had asked him, why do you train people and they leave? Yeah. And his reply was, what if I don't train and they stay?
Right.
Okay.
True. That's true. That's true. Yeah.
So retention is obviously an important part, and along with training, there are a lot of other aspects that go into retention. Unfortunately, hospitality industry was one of the worst industries that was impacted by COVID, and a lot of people had left the industry at that time. And during that period and post that period, there was a big learning for the industry as well in terms of offering a better quality of life, offering a better pay structures, and things have changed and are still in the process of changing. There's still a lot more that can be done. So as the industry is evolving, but also the generation is evolving. There is a new trend with the new generation of rent and hire rather than rather than purchase. So this has been shown in researches across the world, and definitely I'm not too sure if it's impacted Goa. All of you will be able to address that question if it's impacted Goa, but definitely it's impacted some metro cities in India as well. So as an employer also, we should look at the aspect that are we offering growth to the employee? If I've been with the same company for the last 21 years, and thankfully I've got the growth in the company. But maybe earlier we had the patience to wait for say 2 or 3 years for our next jump, our next position. Maybe we'll have to look at certain different parameters for this younger generation.
Absolutely. I actually had another question on that, but let me come to that little later. So let me now invite Mr. Nilesh Shah. Obviously, we all know Nilesh Shah wears altogether a different hat. He has experience with so many organizations, heading the organizations and so on and so forth. So your views, please, Nilesh. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Moderator, my fellow panelists, principal of the Dempo College, students, teachers. It is great that along with GCCI and Dempo College, along with All India Radio organizing such event, because you get in of it. As many of you are, I think it's for graduate who are passing it out. So for them to take next step in their career is very important, and I think this will at least guide you, if not more little, to zero down on the things which you want to do in future. Tourism and hospitality are both related and separate industries. For instance, airline travel is considered as part of both tourism and hospitality industry. Tourism and hospitality go hand in hand, and tourism grows, hospitality grows. Tourism directly affects the growth in job and in business and in hospitality industry. Tourism industry helps hospitality sector, and it relies hospitality industry for better services. Hospitality industry mostly controls the important services. They are the supplier of services for tourism such as accommodation, transportation, leisure activities, food and beverages that makes tourism enjoyable. Tourism and hospitality and environmental dependent industries. Facilities and infrastructure are not enough by themselves to attract tourists. Like people are coming into Goa not because of what infrastructure we have, but the beauty we have, the nature we have. So that we have to be very, very understand as youngsters who are going to get in hospitality industry that nature has to be preserved if tourism has to continue in Goa. Hospitality is as important part of tourism industry as it helps create a positive experience for visitors and encourages them to return back. So return tourists is a key. So that is possible unless we give a better service or better experience to tourists, then only they will come back. And if you see in Goa, we have over the years people coming again and again, which you can relate to it because we are offering them good service, good experience which tourist is looking for. Both industries are essentially for the success of other, as hospitality provides the necessary service for tourists to enjoy their travel, and tourism provides the necessary customer for hospitality business to thrive. Management hard skills like accounting, financial analysis, and marketing are essential skill set, but for the hospitality and tourism industry, soft skills, which our co-panelists were talking about, are a paramount importance for the succeeding is what is the first and foremost. We are into people business, which we have to understand. The skills as a requirement in the tourism and in the hospitality industries, few of them which are very specific is customer service skills. It is essential that employee and manager succeed in satisfying and even delighting customers. Excellent customer service skill is all about understanding the customer's need and being able to deliver a positive customer service experience. So it boils down to how we are going to able to give the experience to the customer, which will lead into satisfaction and which will lead into the better understanding of the customer. It will lead into better customer service and which will create growth for the industry. Networking skills. Unlike many other sectors of business, networking is the field is not about job hopping, but it is in the way they represent the business, while at the same time speaking to customer in the way that can understand and relate to, because that is very important. Flexibility skills. Compared to other professional, hospitality and tourism job often demand that employees work odd hours like night and weekends. Flexibility is an essential attribute to success in the hospitality and tourism industry. So which is key factor, especially for governments when they take up to understand that you need to be flexible if you take a first step to get into tourism or hospitality industry. Organizational skills. Given the need to multitask and respond to spur of the moment requests, it is necessary to maintain an organizational structure so as to able to accomplish daily tasks in efficient manner. So you should be able to take, as you grow, you should be able to take decision on the spot when customer is asking you questions or is asking for, it may be if you are at the, as I'm into travel, I can relate to if you are at the airport and if you have when you are checking in passengers and if they have a problem with suppose some technical issues or this PNR is not matching or something, you should be in position to address those challenges then and then. So you should be skilled with the technological requirement for travel industry to take those decisions on the spot. Language skills. Speaking client's language enables one to establish more intimate relationship with them with the promote customer satisfaction and loyalty. I think in Goa, everybody understand that we may not sitting here, most of them may be speaking local languages, at the most maybe one or two international languages. But you have to learn this skill. If you go to any of this beach belt, I don't know how many of you can speak Russian here, but the so-called Lamanis on the beach belt, they are able to speak that language fluently. Or for that matter, any tourists which are coming into Goa, those languages they are able to command quite well. So those skills they have adopted because they have to ultimately hard sell certain things. And anywhere, even in the locally also you will be finding, if you go to any of the offices or any of the things you to buy to purchase or you communicate with anyone, if you are able to communicate with their language which he understands, you can have that connect immediately, which goes long way into customer satisfaction. Commitment. It may be sound repetitive to mention this one, but it can be noted that many young people start out in the hospitality field with enthusiasm outlook, but don't realize how demanding the work is and consequently get bored quickly. So you are under constant pressure when into hospitality industry. You may be working in travel, you may be working in hotel, or you may be working at the airports. It is a constant, at that 8 hours, 9 hours you are working, it is constantly stress job and you need to perform at each level of things which you have been assigned to. Can-do attitude, it is very necessary. It is essential that hospitality professionals be prepared to accept challenges in workplaces no matter how difficult task it appears. Multitasking skills. It is important to be able to juggle different tasks simultaneously. While completing each task assigned, the ability to multitask may be one of the most important skills in this industry. Cultural awareness. As you are in hospitality industry, you should be aware of the cultural aspect. If you are working in Goa, then you are supposed to know about things, what are the culturally requirements or what are do's, don'ts. Similarly, any state of India you go, you need to know the culture if you are in the hospital industry. Similarly, if you are abroad, you need to understand the cultural aspect of each places there, which can enhance the experience of the tourist in that particular place. Hospitality and tourism enterprises are most likely the most to deal with the customers of variety of nationals and cultural background. This ability to culture aware and get past one's own cultural norm is crucial in building a success career in this sector. Now, these are the few things which are, as far as skills are required, are must or which can enhance your ability in hospitality industry, and which you should consider as a student before jumping your first step into hospitality and tourism industry. So most of the things, especially if anybody comes to travel, I ask them why you want to come into travel business, because there are a lot of challenges, because now you have a lot of online agencies. So your scope as an individual in the industry is reduced. So many say because we are passionate about it. See, the passion will not take you places. So you have to understand why you want to be in particular industry and take it forward. You should not 3 months here, 3 months there will not help you out into deciding in your career. Most of you are now gone through your curriculum quite well, and you understand, as one of the panelists just said, that what interests you is very important, and that can take you places, because the passion is one thing which you need to carry, but along with that skill set which you have, you need to carry. And there are plenty of opportunities available to upgrade your skills, even if you have not gained those skills, because there are a lot of opportunities, of course, online also available. And best thing is to work in that industry before you taking your call. Suppose if you want to work in the hotel industry or restaurant industry, or at the airports also if you want to work, or you want to work in the travel agency, there are opportunities available for as a intern. Work there 3 months, 6 months, you will get it, what is all about, and take your next call. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, but then I'll give the questions to you a little later. So yeah, so let's listen to Mr. Ralph D'Souza, one of the most experienced person in Goa's travel and tourism industry, running couple of hotels and having so many organizations under his chairmanship. And just for knowledge of all, he has also authored a book on tourism in Goa, which traces the origin of tourism. Right, so may I request Mr. Ralph D'Souza to please share his views. Please.
Good evening, friends. Any session after lunch is a little bit deflated. And I'm the fourth panelist and the last panelist, so I'm going to try my best to keep your eyes open. Yes, in fact, it's a pleasure to be here, and I hope I'll do justice to being invited here. I'm going to limit myself on two aspects. One is skilling, and the second is job opportunities. I think that's what you all will be interested in the industry. As the panelists have said, and I'll say it again, the tourism industry is the largest industry in Goa in terms of revenue generation and employment. Today, if you go to see, our state is a welfare state. We have free education, free medical, we have pensions, we have Ladli Lakshmi scheme. We have so many things, but from where do we get money? Revenues have to come from somewhere. The government cannot borrow. In fact, we have reached our limit. So it's the industry. After mining collapsed, the burden came on the tourism industry. And we are bearing this on our broad shoulders, but with a smile on our faces. Our bankers are not smiling, but we are. So, yes, we require the revenues and we require employment. We have this question before us. See the size of Goa. From north to south is 104 kilometers the crow flies, and east to west just 65 kilometers. Can we have innumerable footfalls? No, we'll be inundated. What we require at the same time, we have to generate employment and revenue. So there is only one option Goa has, to go in for the luxury segment, which brings you good employment and brings the state good revenue. We have got enough accommodation for budget tourists. They are our guests. We cannot keep anybody out. Neither do we intend keeping. But if we concentrate on luxury tourism, I think we'll see the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Tourism industry is not confined to travel and hotels. It has a fantastic multiplier effect. It goes right down to the fisherman, to the baker, to the milkman, everybody. Because every day these things are consumed. You see the employment generation. When we talk about employment generation, have a look at a storekeeper. You have a look at the guy who sells tea outside a hotel where all the drivers and everybody has their meal. It's unbelievable. That's how we have more than 1/3 of the population in Goa who are directly or indirectly depending on tourism for their earnings, and the government for maximum revenues. So we have not a problem, but a challenge before us, how to have a sustainable tourism in Goa at the same time meet our requirements. I'll start with one of the topics that I wanted to talk about. It's the labor market trend and industry needs. As my fellow panelists have said, unlike industry, hospitality industry deals with people. You have machines, you have plants that move the industries, but here our prime movers are people. They deal with people, they handle people, and keep a smile on the face of our guests, so they go happy as a good ambassadors. And what is essential here are, as we have spoken before, soft skills. What is soft skills? Soft skills are how you handle a friend, a person, how you keep him happy, how you keep him entertained in a very light way, how you answer his questions. These are the soft skills. And believe me, if you don't have in this heart, this skill in your heart, you'll never be suited for the hospitality industry. It cannot be taught, it cannot be created, it's here. But believe me, where you start the soft skill is in your home. What happens when your favorite cousin comes, when a favorite uncle or aunt comes to your house? Everybody is happy. Your mom will go to the kitchen, your wife will go to the kitchen, see that something not extraordinary, something best can come on the table so everybody can have a nice meal together. That is hospitality. And we have to take this to the hotels, and that is where your soft skills come into play. It is nothing tailor-made, nothing taught in the school. It is how we handle our friend. A tourist is nothing to be scared of, he's just a friend. And you treat him as a friend and send him back as a friend. Even if he has some bad experience, if you treat him nicely, he will not talk about it to others. But if he goes with a smile back, he'll be a good ambassador. And he'll talk to others about it, and he'll send more people, and he'll come back again. Goans have this trait in them, inborn trait. It might be stagnant inside, it might be latent, but Goans have this inborn trait. In my 35 years, I have questioned all my guests, not questioned, spoken to them, interacted. What brings them to Goa? I have traveled a lot because of my work. And there are thousands of other places. Of course, the good Lord has been good to Goa as far as the beauty and all is concerned. What brings them to Goa? They have given me 5 points. One is the warm waters of the Arabian Sea and our beaches. There are water everywhere, but you can enter, they will freeze. This is one. The second is for its natural beauty. Unfortunately, we are compromising that. Number 3, because it was a clean and a safe destination, we have to keep it clean. It's becoming dirtier by the day. 4th is mixed culture and cuisine, which is unique. And 5th, and the most important, is because of the hospitable Goans. What we spoke about, the Goan soft skills, this is the reason. And do you know how far this is effective? During the charter season and the charter, when charter was at its peak, the repeat clients in Goa were 40%. So when I started marketing my hotel, it was from 41 onwards. 40% were in Goa, year after year. Some of them like Goa so much they used to take up some hotel every year, and they used to stay for 6 months in a row because it was cheaper to stay in our hotels than pay for heating and stay in Europe. This used to happen, and if the system starts, which I don't think so, things are changing, it will take the same trait. Why? Because of soft skills. So, what we require skilled people with information about Goa to be able to answer the questions. This is something out of your classroom. An informed workforce that will be people-friendly, a people-friendly workforce. And this will complement the entire thing that I've spoken about. Unfortunately, a lot of Goans are gone abroad. Out immigration is like it was never before. And this skill is diluting because we are disappearing from our land, from our own land. And unless whoever we are holding the fort hone our skills up, the tourism industry will be threatened. It will be like any other industry. Goa's exclusiveness and the love will be lost. This is what put Goa on the tourism map and made it a brand. And another reason, before I go to the next point, we say they come for this, they come for that, there are a lot of things, but believe me, why the international tourists especially come to Goa? What does Goa sell? One product. Goa sells winter sun. This is the main product. And during those months, 6-7 months, we have to make sure that Goa receives them properly, treats them properly, and sends them properly. Believe me, every one goes back, two will come in. This is what soft skills is all about and how important they are. The second I will come to will be the other professional requirements. Now, not smiles can't take your hotel industry or travel industry to the next level. You require work, you require workforce, you require technicians, you require skilled forces, informed forces, tech. So, we have different departments. There will be engineering department that looks after repair, maintenance, kitchen equipment, installations. We require people skilled in these areas. Tech-based people. Technology is very important for your marketing. Today, a lot of marketing is done on tech basis, on OTPs and all that. Then we also have controls. Maybe your inventory, your purchase prices, all these are controls. Everything is on technology, technology, technology. Then where you guys are, your home ground, accountancy. Cost control, budgets, budget monitoring is a must. You can get lost overnight, wiped out, if your budgets are not properly monitored, and if you do not raise the red flag when you see something gone wrong. It's simple. Some prices of foodstuff, raw material might shoot up. You are still going in with the old pricing. You'll have a problem if it's not properly monitored. So this is where you people come in. Besides taxation, direct or indirect taxation that you'll have to take care of. These are very important parameters that you'll have to follow. These are the controls. This is where the roots of the tree are. You might see the fruit on the tree, that's a hotel and a smiles, but the roots are in the accounts. That is where you know whether a tree is going to live or tree is going to die. So these areas are extremely important for tourism industry. We have, as I said, besides engineering, we need very, Pranav has spoken about that, specialized staff in our service and in our production, in the kitchens. To set our menu properly, menu pricing, menu, coming up with the correct menus for that, and also going in by the trend. the latest innovations and whatever we have to present. Otherwise, the competition will swallow us up. Again, soft skills plays a very important part as far as the reception is concerned, guest relation is concerned, concierge is concerned. Concierge is one person who is in there. Anybody wants any, we think that he's there to carry our bags, but besides that, you ask him in the same counter any question, he should know. Where is the next football game? When is the Mapsa market? In Panjim, which is the shopping area, he should be able to answer this question. This is the part of training. He should know about Goa. If he does not know about Goa, that guest will say, these guys have come, they don't even know what's happening in their own land. And it's not a good thing that will happen. So, we have seen ourselves how it's important that everybody is happy. The comforts, the facilities, whatever amenities, the engineering will take care of, the production will take care of, but finally, it's the smile on our faces that will be the icing on the cake. You have to enjoy people, and that is the main qualification. In any department, even if you're in engineering, if there is some problem in a room, the technicians go in. They go with a smile on their face and ask the guest, I'm sorry to disturb you, but something's wrong, we'll get it fixed, fix it. They'll be so happy. They'll never complain that their tap was leaking or the bulbs were not, or AC was not working. They'll be happy that it's been properly addressed. It's just soft skill that will take you to a long way over there. And as I said, it has to be spontaneous from your heart. Once I was just getting out of my, I don't know how, normally I don't visit my hotels, but I happened to be there. A friend of mine was staying here, come to think of it. And I was just passing close to the reception, and it was drizzling outside. So our receptionist said, thank you very much, sir. She told another guest who was going out, and you have a good time. So I stopped where I was. I went and I told her, honey, I said, see, he's paid money for the sun. It's raining outside, telling him to have a good time. Don't simply say anything. This plastic conversation is not hospitality. Please say that it's sorry, that it's sad that it's raining. I hope it stops raining so you can have a good time. You think you'll ever forget this? This is the difference between hospitality and your plastic conversations. You call up somebody, yes sir, allow me to transfer you. Who's holding you back? Why this language? Just hold on, sir. I will connect you in a minute. These new talks come, but this is what is bad as far as training is concerned. The same thing, your mistakes carry on. But if it comes from your heart, every day this will change. And your guests will know the difference. Coming to the last and interesting part for you all is the opportunities. As I said, the multiplier effect. I will not talk about all the other chain reaction that is required in order to get a hotel ticking or a travel agency or a tour operation going. But there are certain very important opportunities for self-employment especially. Today, as it is people's industry, labor intensive, we have got a lot of opportunities. Today, if you see, there are a lot of tours, specialized, tailor-made, especially for high-end. They just say that we would like to do during these days. You have to curate their own tour. Money is no issue. You take them and first listen what they want. And you tweak the tour according to take them to those places. And you must have little knowledge about them. You need not be a deep down historian or an archaeologist. A little knowledge, you take them. These specialized tours today, we don't have enough of them. It's very, very important that you have this tailor-made tours which are in demand, especially among the high-end tourists. We have sports fishing. There's water every side. Fishing, there are so many people come only for that, sports fishing. And the sportsmen, they catch huge fish, they just take a photograph, measure it and leave it back. Huge demand. There was an outfit over there. They used to even go to Andamans. And the catch they used to catch, it was of the foreigners. They were, I think, Turkish and Spanish. They are no longer there. 10 years they were operating here. This big demand. Everywhere you go, there are opportunities. Small cruises, small boats. Then you have today, Goa has got a fantastic heritage. Heritage walks. You have that chamber, I think we have already tied up with your group. There's people, we have so many locals who come to know. There is one walk only about trees in Panjim, various types of trees in Panjim. First, I myself didn't know that Panjim had so many trees, but it became so popular, so famous. And besides the built-up heritage, there are many other things. We today, Goa is the gourmet capital of India. We have got restaurants all over, all types. And every day there are some others unfolding, especially in Asagaon. Asagaon, I come from there, that's my village. Although I live in Saligaon. Anywhere you go, you get out of your house, you park your car either in the restaurant compound or in front of a restaurant. There's no two ways about it. But yet, there are some more coming. We have the world cuisine here. And one has to stay ahead of the others. That's where innovation comes in. We have got a special cuisine that Prahlad has spoken about. We have got a fusion. Besides the coastal cuisine, besides the Goan cuisine, we have a village cuisine which is different. Minimum ingredients, best taste. Then we have the Porto-Goan cuisine, like we were talking about Cafrial and about some others. Even the pre-Portuguese time, when Adil Shah's people were there, some of the mutton and biryani dishes that are left, all these are known as colonial delicacies. And restaurants anywhere in the world serving historical menus, you can't get a place in them, and name a price and you get it. So these are the things we have to revive, these are the things we have to go ahead with. It's absolutely important. Talk about entertainment. Every hotel employs musicians, serenaders. In the restaurant, chamber music, outside, lively music in the evenings, gala buffet, bands. Do you know how big the entertainment industry in Goa is? It's not only folk dancing. Folk dance is a loss. These guys, every day they make a buck. On an average, each of them earn about 5,000 to 7,000 rupees a day. Each of them. This is how much they earn. They play the music, which they know, and a few songs that they suss the guests at what they would like. It's a huge industry. Then we also have, like in transport and logistics. In South Africa, I wanted to go to some places. So one of my friends said, yeah, okay, I'll put you across to some providers, service providers. It was a car. I was with my family, my wife and 2 children. And the driver, owner, come guide. He was a retired professor from the University of Johannesburg. The stuff he knew, the things he knew was unbelievable. He's happy. He was wearing a coat, talking to us. He was from there. He was just talking about his place. No dates, no earth-shaking incidences that happen. He used to suss your likes and dislikes and used to go. Absolutely amazing. When I was in Egypt, there was an Egyptologist. They are archaeologists, but specializing in Egypt. She was a historian, both there and Alexandria. Amazing, amazing. They make it so interesting. They make your tours so interesting because they are locals. They know their place. And whatever tells you, it comes from their heart because they are proud of their belongings. This is what the hospitality industry is all about. We have today UNESCO site, another in Old Goa, another one opening up in Netroli. That is the rock carvings. These are sought out. There are special books. These are really sought out. If you make a study on this and if you take tours to these places, absolutely amazing. You'll be much in demand. We are moving today to hinterland. So a different type of skilling is required, a different type of job profile is required over there. What is hinterland? The body of Goa lives in the city but souls in its villages. Our villages are unique. You go to any part of the country, village means poverty. In Goa it means prosperity. That is the difference. And if people come to a place on a holiday, they come for the difference. Why they should go to a place which is similar to yours? In fact, I'm very uncomfortable when I go abroad and feel at home. It's waste of money. I might have stayed at home. So people come for difference. Let us not be uniform. We'll destroy everything that we have. And we have to keep our hinterland that way. What is hinterland? When you go to hinterland, you see nature. There are very few places in a small confine of Goa, which is about 3,700 square kilometers. We have got mountains, we have got the evergreen rainforest, we have got the hinterland with estuaries, sluice gates, with orchards, with plantations. We have the coast with sand, we have the sea. In a small place, anywhere else you got to travel for 2 days to get the same thing. We are so good, we are so good. God has blessed us, believe me. When God was blessing various places, Goa was on the head of the queue. And that is where we are blessed so much. Fortunately, we have our hinterland, which we have to protect. We have to give our guests experiences of what is in the villages. And how do we do this? Homestays. Each of you all have got that opportunity. Do up your house, keep one room for your guests. Which way to enjoy a place, understand a place, and breathe in the place rather than staying with your family. It's sought after. And these homestays will also protect the place because concrete structures will not come there. It will provide enough accommodation. This has happened, I've seen this in Costa Rica, which was a poor country. They concentrated on this. Today they are doing very well. They concentrated on nature tourism. They are doing extremely well because people are only coming for these things. When we go to hinterland, we have to go with respect. We have to be an inclusion and not an intrusion. And that's where Goa will survive. Otherwise, if we concretize it the way we have concretized our coast, that will be the end. So you have to be skilled, you have to be protective, and you have to deliver what we have. It's the good Lord who has provided the main USPs of Goa. And it is for us to manage them and to give them to our guests. Goa always will be leading. Goa has got the difference, and Goans have the hospitality in the heart. These are the traits that will. And with a little skilling in soft skills for everybody, including you guys who are mostly in finance, accounts and all will see that you all will be part of the success story of Goa. We have to respect God's creation and thank Him for it. For us, unfortunately, beautification means concretization, and we cannot improve on what God has given us. So let's not beautify, let us take our assets, handle them properly, and present them to our guests. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Ralph Bab. I wish everyone in the chair of authority had similar views like you. I wish. And so let's take ahead. There are a couple of points which Ralph Bab has mentioned, especially for the young generation, from which you can take further steps as far as your career is concerned. A couple of areas he has mentioned where you can venture into, couple of newer initiatives you can start. I think that was excellent input coming from you, Ralph Bab. Thank you so much. Yeah, let me just continue with the discussion and pose a different question to different people. I'll again come to Prahlad. You have experience in Goa as well as in western parts of the world. So I would like to ask you, what are some of the best practices and some of the good practices which you have observed in foreign land that could be applied by Goan in this soil so that they could get skilled and use the same to make their career?
Thank you for that question.
like Ralph Bab has covered everything very well, and in fact, just kind of tying up into what he was saying, what he was referring to are the best practices that we need to apply. For example, he mentioned there are so many different avenues where one can make a career in hospitality and tourism, right from giving tours to this and that. But oftentimes we are limited by our thinking of, I have gone to this particular college, therefore I'm limited. Let's say somebody goes and does BCom. He will think like I'm going to do this BCom degree and then I will find a suitable job that will suit my what my educational but these opportunities they could miss out on this whether it is from a tour guide or this and that. These are specific companies that are attracting very high end tourists in our country. Just to give an example, I went for one tour in some small village in Kankon where we went to a tribal person's house. He served me amil and some local food. Everyone on that tour was paying 2,500 per person. Imagine the person who is organizing the tour, that is 25,000 rupees of revenue in that single 2-hour format. This is a career opportunity which most college educated people think that, why should I do that? There are these opportunities so I'm saying in West, this is not happening. In West, any opportunity that presents itself, they will go for it. They will look for it on their own. They will go, they'll find out the heritage. That is one. Whether it is, I know one other person who, live example, he used to work as a supermarket clerk. He was doing cashiering there, earning a small salary of 6,000 rupees about 8 years ago. He was actually a graduate of BCom or something like BA or something he had done. Okay, but unfortunately he couldn't find a job, so he was doing the cashiering. From 6,000, he joined the restaurant saying that I will just do some helping around. He from there became a bar helper, then bartender. Over 5 years, his salary went from 6,000 to 40,000. He recently left our organization and joined some other company which is doing consulting in bar. He's getting paid 80,000 now.
Wow.
From nowhere. So initially, when people come from school, they say, no, maka 25,000 nokris hai, I want 30,000 job, 40,000 job. They come with that mindset. No, it does not, it shuts down all other doors for them. This mindset is not in the West. In the West, everybody's like, oh, whatever I need to do, I will taka laz nasta kasli. They don't feel shy of doing anything. Even if I had one guy who came, also a graduate. He said, I want to work for a restaurant, but I will not clean toilets. And like my owner, being an owner, my wife and I, we are cleaning toilets. When somebody throws up in our bathroom, it happens, these things. We went, put gloves and we clean it up. There is no shame in doing that. But this is what brings you to that level where that separates the can-do attitude from, no, I have a degree, so I'm only going to do this. So that mindset, if we can separate, no, we have so much potential. What he was saying, I mean, the jobs that he was mentioning, they are all high paying jobs. And it attracts the topmost, tourists to Goa.
Absolutely.
And that is absolutely what is required for Goa in the future.
Very true. So, do you associate or do you attribute it to the culture or do you attribute it to the social taboo?
Absolutely social taboo. If you go anywhere in the world, no, see, if you go to Spain, the restaurant waiter is always a Portuguese guy. If you go to Italy, the restaurant waiter is always someone from outside country. If you go to UK and Ireland, the waiter is always from Poland. In Goa, it is always from somewhere else. Our Goan youths don't want to do the job here. If you see in my restaurant, half the waiters, they are not from here because they will work as waiters, but they will work in America or Dubai or wherever. But in Goa, they will not. This is something that we have to change. Because there was this wonderful young girl, who had come 10 years ago. She was working as starting off as a manager in training. Very soon she got promoted in my company as an assistant manager. She was getting a good salary. She had a bright future. Her parents saw her closing the restaurant one day at 12 o'clock and went and told, "Tujhe lagna kashe jatle? How will you get married?" And that poor girl cried and she left the job and she left. And I don't know, now she's got married and she's raising some kids, but she's not, she doesn't have a career anymore. This is a sad state of affairs. So this is a social taboo. This hospitality job, working in bar is considered like a really third-rate profession, which is not the case. Today, like everybody has, it's a very high paying, I'm not saying it's a very high paying job, but there is a start. Everybody has to put in their time and effort and everything, but eventually you don't know where it can lead to. Like this bartender who is now getting 80,000 salary. Nobody could have predicted that.
So what comes to my mind is it's a big problem in especially in Goa. So just an open question to any of the panelists who would like to take. How do we address it, especially among the youth? Okay, agreed. The parents have a particular mindset, but how do we address the problem at the youth level? Anyone could take it, either Saurabh or Nilesh or Ralph. Anyone? Your thoughts, please, on that.
So I think both the the industry and the students have to work on it together. The industry also has to present itself as a good employer, it's a baggage that we've been carrying for some time. It's, as I mentioned earlier, also it's changed a lot, and it is still changing for the better. But yes, there is a baggage that the industry has been carrying. So we have to be a good employer. We have to show the opportunities. Like this is a forum which is presenting certain opportunities to the audience here, and with the presenting ourselves to the audience more will probably help the industry and the participants more. So there is a very important public and industry partnership that needs to be strengthened to slowly break this taboo.
Right. Ralph, would you like to please say something on that?
I think there are two angles to it. Okay, there are two angles to it. One is about yourself. If you are not shy to do whatever you are doing, that solves half the problem. You have to be proud of whatever you are doing. Secondly, you have to make your parents understand. Sometimes that is difficult. I will give you two examples. There was a young boy who opened a food cart in Kalangut. He was from Calcutta. Superb Bengali food. He was raking it in. He didn't have time to count the money that he was making. He got a proposal, all that, and he was a graduate of hotel industry. He did so well. The proposal came and his parents came. They got a shock of their life when they saw this fellow in the cart. He said, "You have gone here, studied this, and what is that?" So he showed them the money he made. That's not the question. He's saying, "You will not get a girl to marry if this word goes around." So they tried to hide him, hide his cart, took him away, and poor fellow got married, but he must be working in some hotel for quarter the salary, quarter the money he was making. See, this is the thing. If you're not proud, if you don't make your parents understand, it's the success that counts. And happiness. You should choose a career from which you do not require a vacation. If you're happy in what you are doing, you have landed, forget the rest. You will be stress-free. You won't have to drag your feet to go to work, and there'll be smiles all over. Unfortunately, it was not to be with this friend of mine, but this is the main thing. You have to be proud of what you are doing, not ashamed at all, and make your parents understand to some extent, and things will change, because these are the foundation on which you are going to build a career. You will not only stagnate here, but if you learn these traits, these skills, you can build on them, and sky is the limit.
Yeah, thanks, Ralph. So basically, we are looking at two aspects. One is work for yourself or work for someone else. So what is coming out is working for self is much better than working for someone else, unless you are in a respectable or a comfortable position. I won't say respectable. I'll just ask Nilesh Bab. See, we have an image about Goan tourism that it's being controlled by big giants and the big corporates and things like that. So in this view, one option definitely for the youth is get into a job with these corporates. The second thing, if someone wants to start a venture of his own, then how do you think the youth can compete? Or what are the ways how the youth can compete with this? Is there a way for this? how they can get into entrepreneurship? That is the question.
The one thing we have to understand, tourism, working in tourism industry, it is a more of a passionate industry. You have to be passionate for it. Rather than going, I'll give you one example. One of my friend's son, he has done his engineering from the GCA and well qualified with the good this thing. But he always wanted to work in the space area. He wanted to go as a what you call as a youngster in Panjim. You have the junta house where you have where you can go and watch the planetarium, and he was always interested into stars and astronomy. So what he did, he tried quite a lot. So best way into getting into this is if you can get into army, and then you can have that your career into ISRO or NASA, whatever we talk about. Unfortunately, he cleared. It's very tough exams, I believe. He cleared all the exams, but I think in last he did not get into it, and that was his last year to getting into it. But his passion for, and he comes from good business family, so he had a business family. He could have just joined that business, but his passion for was so much. So he gave me a call around 3 months back that he wants to carry a telescope to Ladakh. What is the weight and how to carry the telescope? So I asked him, what you're doing? He says, I've started astronomical tourism in Goa. It was specifically, when he started, it was for the tourist. But he says in last 6 months he's operating, he's getting so many Goans who wants to watch it, and he's absolutely doing extremely well. So he charges 2,500 for overnight trip. He takes them to Netravali, and then he shows the sky to them. And now he's made his passion into business, and it is that I remember him that he was literally so passionate about things that he didn't want to give up in things what he was interested into. So I'm sure his parents must have forced him to join his business, but he didn't do. He just pursued on that, and he came with this idea of astronomical tools. And I'm sure there will be no competition for him because it's a highly specialized thing. And in days to, can you imagine, he got special thing, he's gone to Ladakh. So in Ladakh he's having back-to-back tours there where he's having this astronomical gateway, because I think that particular area of stars you can see in this particular month of August. So there are people who are doing this, and this is, I'm not talking of anywhere else, this is happening in Goa. So basically one thing we have to understand, you have to have a passion. Secondly, I would like to repeat again, if you have not decided any of the careers, go as an intern into field which you want, maybe your accounting, or maybe in hospitality industry, or into any other industry which you look into it, and then decide on your career. Because once you are out of school, you are raw, you don't know what you want to do. So get into internship, work on those skills, decide that this is what will enthuse you to take your this thing as a career. I think that can go long way into making you more successful in whatever things you take it up.
Yeah, thanks, Nilesh. So the moral of the story is passion will drive your entrepreneurship. Yeah, right. Let me just come to Ralph Bab with one more question. A related question. The question is, we have our coastal belt, and in Goa, though we speak of getting luxury tourists and things like that, the holding capacity of the coastal belt is, it's under strain. So if any youth wants to come up with entrepreneurial venture in the coastal belt, how can he do, or what can he do, he or she, without putting additional burden on the capacity? Any thoughts?
As I said, most of the activities on land, there are plenty of activities to be done in the sea. I'm not talking about those sports that come and water sports and pollute those waters. But beyond that, there's a huge demand for fishing, as I said.
Right.
You can do nautical tours also. Right. And as I said, Goa is so small that those people, whoever he can take them to Interland for a tour. They will never forget it. For a change, let them see lakes and rivers. There are ways to do, but then that place is actually saturated, like you say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but today the trend is to stay closer to the coast, but not on the coast. That is
Not on the
trend.
coast.
Not on the coast.
Okay.
And that is what is catching up, and there are a lot of people have come with informal accommodations.
Absolutely.
That also helps you in a licensing, like tented accommodation, touched huts. A lot of people are coming, like Robinson Crusoe lifestyle.
Yeah.
They're totally in the wilderness, means very close to the city, but off the road, you can't see them, and that's catching up beautifully.
Yeah.
That's catching up beautifully.
Well, I think that's a good eye-opener for the youth, if anyone wants to venture into that. I think we are coming towards what do you call the end of our time that was allotted. If any questions are there from the audience, we will take one or two questions. Anyone from the audience, any of the youth wants to ask any question? Any thoughts? After so much of food for thought, nobody has urge for a sweet dish. Yeah, any question? Yeah, I think they all are, as you say, they're digesting the thoughts. Yeah. So thanks. So I think we had a couple of insightful inputs coming from all the four panelists. Like, if you want to be into entrepreneurship, you should have the passion to get into entrepreneurship, or the soft skills and the technical skills. The technical skills obviously will come from your institute. The soft skills you'll have to develop. As Ralph Bab said, it's in the family, it's in the blood of Goans. So hospitality and the good customer service is by birth. So I think on this count, if no one has a question, I would like to stop. And over to you, Orin. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Students, give our panel a warm round of applause. What a wonderful session that was on tourism and hospitality. The sky is certainly the limit. I would like to call Ms. Pallavi Arundekar, Director GCCI, to kindly hand over memento, citation and a shawl to Mr. Ralph D'Souza. That makes a lovely dupatta, doesn't it? To Mr. Prahlad Suktankar. Mr. Saurabh Khanna. Sometimes it pays to wear heels. And Mr. Nilesh Shah. the moderator of this session, Tourism and Hospitality, Dr. Pradeep Salgaonkar. Thank you to the panel. Thank you so much. Yeah, done. Thank you.
To lead this session, we are pleased to have our moderator, Shri Sandeep Sood, accompanied by the panelists, Shri Purushottam Thakur and Shri Atul Jadhav. I request the moderator and panelists to kindly take their seats. We will follow the same structure, 15 minutes for each speaker and a 15-minute question and answer session followed by the concluding remarks. I wish our dynamic moderator and panelists a very fruitful session. I now request Ms. Pallavi to please take over and introduce our moderator and panelists.
Thank you and welcome now to the last session of the day, that is the airport, port and logistics. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome first Mr. Purushottam Thakur. He's the business head, GMR Air Cargo and member GCCI Logistics Committee. Mr. Thakur is a supply chain and strategy professional with a vast experience of 25 years in aviation, airlines, passenger terminal operations, cargo operations, freighter airline, marketing, and business development. He's worked in multifunctional roles such as operations, business development, aero-related business, profit center, and man management. And our second panelist, Mr. Atul Jadhav. A warm welcome to Mr. Atul Jadhav and a round of applause for both the panelists. Mr. Atul Jadhav is the Managing Director of New Era Shipping Private Limited. He is the President of the Goa Barge Owners Association. He is the Trustee of Mormugao Port Trust and also the Vice President of Indian Coastal Conference Shipping Association, Mumbai. He has over 25 years of experience of the entire barge and shipping industry and is also on various government committees for the development of inland waterways and coastal shipping. And our moderator, Mr. Sandeep Sood. Bachelor of Civil Engineering GC. He has been on the GCCI Managing Committee for 2 terms and has been the chairman of the GCCI Logistics Committee for 1 term. He is a member of the Logistics Committee of CII, the Confederation of Indian Industry. He is currently on the board of directors of Citizens Cooperative Bank Limited, Vasco, and director of GIDC. A warm welcome again to all the panelists. Mr. Sood, please take over.
Thank you very much, Pallavi. My good friend Sanjay Amonkar, I can see in the audience. Somebody should clap for him also. Why not? You're the man behind the whole thing. And my other very good friend, Professor Manoj Kamath, and his wife, he also deserves a round of applause. Both of them. Thank you. I'm pleased to be here among young people, and I'll try my best to cut this technical terms and make it very plain and simple. I'll try my best so that everybody here understands what logistics is, what is going on, and the word logistics itself. What is it all about, and where the skill gap lies, and why. We'll try to get to the bottom of it. To start with, with your permission, sir, and your permission, I'll change the format a little bit to ask all these lovely young people here, how many of you order something online? How many would you order? How many of you? Anything? Oh, very good. Fantastic. Fantastic. So would you know that when you order online from Amazon or Flipkart, where that package comes from and how it comes? If there's anybody you can stand up and tell me, we'd be all very happy to know how much you know and how much things have changed. When you order online, where do you think that packet comes from and how does it come to you? Anybody can answer. It's 2 simple questions. If there's anybody who could stand up and tell us. Well, everybody put their hands up that they ordered, but when it comes to this question, nobody is answering. Either they are shy of me or... Okay, tell us. Yeah.
Picked up from the retailer and then shipped to a warehouse, and then from there on that whatever we see on that it is reached so and so place, it is reached back Goa, and then Goa hub, and then delivery yeah, on the tracking system. That is one way. Or now I think so Amazon and all, they have their own warehouses wherein some of the products are already there, so as soon as the order comes, it is shipped and packed, and you have 1-day delivery and same day delivery and those kinds of a model.
Perfect. Thank you very much. The 2 words that he used in his answer was warehouse, and then he said warehouses. Okay? So this is the difference. My dear young friends, please remember that logistics is undergoing a massive transformation in this country. Everything, the entire dynamics of logistics is changing. And because the industry is outpacing the demand, today we have a problem of skill. We have a problem of professionals to run this industry. You see what has happened? The Amazons and the Flipkarts came in very fast. They put in billions of dollars, and they built the physical infrastructure. The physical infrastructure is now there in place. The government built the roads, happening. Government is building jetties, happening. What about the people to infrastructure? Somebody has to run it. Somebody has to run a warehouse. Somebody has to run. Somebody has to process that order. Go moving by air to run that. That is where the it comes opportunity for young So I start this discussion. On my right, I have Mr. Thakur. He's a highly skilled professional. I know him for a long time, and he's heading the cargo part of GMR in Goa, which is the new Mopa airport. This airport is going to be a game changer in terms of movement of cargo. All the cargo that was moving in Dabolim was constrained because Dabolim is basically a sharing airport. It's being shared by the Navy. This is a greenfield, large runway airport where freighters can land. Freighter is a big aircraft. Let's not get very technical. I don't want to talk very technical. Ollo aeroplane. Ollo viman tinga deonta. Mopa. Okay. Ollo viman deonta man olle cargo itle. That's simple thing. All right. Mr. Thakur will tell you now. I need to ask Mr. Thakur to please enlighten us, number one, on what exactly you're going to do with the cargo in Mopa, and what is your problem with the skill set of the people that you require in Mopa. Right? Thank you.
Good evening, all, and thank you for the question. And first of all, a warm welcome to all these, not only the young graduates, but I can say you're all. Hello? Yeah. So you're all not young graduates, but I can say you're all young entrepreneurs who are going to be here for to get, because the question what he has put, logistics, what is this logistics? Somebody has given a good answer. But just to tell you in somewhat in technical language and to make you more understand, whenever you order in the e-commerce, it is called, first thing is the first mile, middle mile, and a last mile. All these three are integrated, then only it is reaching to your place. So the first thing is the Amazons or the Flipkarts e-commerce platform is growing 30 to 40%, you can say. And if you see, every e-commerce company has their, what do you call, fulfillment centers. There is a huge inventory of products, or this inventory is just in time buyed out by the retailers and which is coming to you. So just to give you a brief about the air cargo industry, how it is playing a very important role, and being in the state of Goa, the Greenfield Air Cargo Terminal which has come up. So basically what we do in a very simple language, whatever it is picked up from the retailers, whatever it is going to fulfillment center is brought in by the transporter to the air cargo terminal. And from this air cargo terminal, we process, we check the cargo, we x-ray the cargo, which has to fit to fly. And basically it gets into the aircrafts and then gets into the other cities. So somewhere you're ordering, some material is there in Delhi, so it is coming to you. The tracking sheet which you see, like every milestone which you have been tracked, is basically every stakeholder, every logistic player is doing their job with a collaborative approach. So there where we are looking out how to synergize and bring in an artificial intelligence and give you the goods as early as possible. Now you have seen as a prime service, you say NDD, next day delivery. So it could be the SDD also very soon. It is like a same day delivery. So before 12 o'clock if you order, on the same day you will get the product. So this is something which we wanted to explain you on the supply chain. The other thing is, as you rightly asked, the skill set. What we have seen, a lot of people here being the tourism industry, so it is very diversified. To handle this particular job, we require a specific logistic skilled people, whether it could be at the airports, whether it could be at the seaports or any other warehousing logistic place. You require people who really needs to get into the skilled job. So basically what we do, somebody or some milestone which they need to clear the cargo, which cargo cannot walk on its own. Passenger can go walk on its own. So somebody is pushing this particular your order or the cargo, some or the other milestone, there are people who are doing this. So that is called basically the logistic players. For them, the skill set is basically a freight forwarder, maybe a guy who's clearing your goods at different milestones. There is somebody who's taking your goods from some place and transporting it to the airport. So these are all based on one single platform. So they are using some document, some database. So for this, we require a lot of skilled people whom needs to have a logistic, basically a qualification or logistic skilled jobs which they will be using it here. So what we have done it, we have started our GMR Aviation College where we are skilling the people in different diversified, logistic milestones. I'll give you one example. Everybody might have traveled. There are people who are assisting you in passenger terminal. Airline people are also checking you in. Then somebody is guiding you and somebody is processing you and boarding till the seat. So these are all the skilled people. So currently we don't have here, so that is where we are telling all the young entrepreneurs or the young graduates to, there is a lot of exponential potential in logistics sector, whether it could be seaports, and you are blessed. I can say entire country, nobody has 2 airports, 1 multimodal logistic park, plus you have the seaports, plus you also have inland waterways. So this is going to be in futuristic, when we see around 2030, this is going to really rock as a logistic hub. We can really be and set an example for all over country. So maybe what we are looking going forward is basically we have identified skill. There was no skill set was there. Just a graduate guy used to come here. We used to give them a training, and that training gets transformed into a skill. So we are looking out something which there should be an MBA aviation, MBA logistics, MBA maybe a kind of an e-commerce, a separate subjects which has to be identified. That is a skill which we are looking at it. And we want these young entrepreneurs, basically all our engineering graduates, computer science, and also basically everybody is into a different field. What we feel that since the growth, if you see the number of airplanes ordered, every airplane gives you 35 skilled jobs approximately. Whether it could be a cabin appearance cleaning, whether it could be a check-in counters, whether it could be some other transportation. So these are all the skilled, identified jobs which we are looking at it, and this is the scarcity which we feel it, and then how we need to get this, we will answer in the next question most probably. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thakur Saab. I now move on to, from the air, let's come down to the water, the sea and the rivers. So my very, very close and good friend Atul is here. Atul is spent his lifetime in moving iron ore, logistics of iron ore, and multifarious thing. Now presently he is also into coastal shipping. He has got coastal vessels. So his vessels ship cargo from one point of to the other along the coast, west coast of India. Atul, let's start the session by asking you that what kind of challenges have you faced in the past, you're facing currently, and what do you expect, say like in the next 5 years or 10 years? What will happen to your industry? And where do these young people fit in your industry?
Thanks, Hello. Thanks, Sandeep. Most important thing is we are more intermediary in a business of logistics, because we carry cargoes from point to point, means from the one port to the other port. So in shipping, there are many services which generally are not seen by people, except people know that there are something called ships which carry cargo. But there are now multifarious ships which are there. The country is, what you call, they are going to grow in a big way for shipping. We are at a very infant stage compared to China. See, we have got about 7,516 kilometers of coastline. So today we are having, when I joined the coastal shipping industry, we had 72 mini bulk carriers. Mini bulk carriers means small ships which carry about 2,000 tons across from one port to the other port. In Goa, we have been lucky to have rivers, and we have seen barges going from 116 barges we had in 20 years back. About 40 years back, we had about 400 barges, but with 150 tons capacity. See how the business has changed. In 83, when I came into the business, there were barges of only 500 tons capacity. Today we have barges in Goa itself of 2,000 tons capacity, and we went from 116 to 366 barges of 2,000. That is because because of single demand of the demand of iron ore. Now, what happened? Where are we compared to the other countries? Other countries, let us take our neighbor China. They have got 15,000 kilometers of coastline. Now, when we are having 72 vessels in 2005, we have come down to 27. So we have lost a lot of time. In fact, we have lost what we had. Now we have to gain what we are short of. So it's a big challenge. And you see now you compare it to China, they have got 11,000 vessels. So where are we? From 27, if we have to go to even half the capacity, let us say we are 7,500. So by rule of 3, thumb rule, you should be having at least 5,000 vessels. So we are with only 27 vessels at this stage. The government therefore saw the point and they have developed small ports. So they are in the process of developing small ports. Now, if you are having a big port like say Marmoga port, we have an employment of about 1,500. Now, if we are going to have an employment of 1,500, imagine the number of ports which are coming. And thankfully, this government has been investing almost, if one port is costing about 2,000 crores. So imagine the potential of investment, and one company now the opposition in the country are always talking about Adani's developing, but you know that they are developing something like 8 ports. So that is an investment about 16,000 crores, just one company. But there are other such companies who are willing to invest into this. Plus, there is also something which are small ports, which are like the ports which they are constructing at about 13 meters depth of water, 14 meters depth of water, 18 meters depth of water. Now the new trend which is going to come is mid-size ports. So they'll be almost, according to me, if you want to grow, we'll be investing almost every 50 kilometers into a port. And if every 50 kilometers, that means there should be one ship moving every day. And what is required is the people, how do you manage those ships? If you have to go to even 5,000 ships from 50, each ship requires 15 people crew to man those ships. So if you imagine 5,000 also if you take, which is additional, we will be having what kind of employment is required. And mind you, here I just wanted to have information from the organizers that what are the kind of students who are here. They are BCom graduates. Now, people who have come in BCom graduates, I think MES college, which I am also a part of MES college, and Dr. Mrs. Kamal, she is there. And we are lucky that in Goa we are having a course on shipping and logistics. There is going to be a huge requirement of people who are going to require documentation preparation, and it has to be done online. GST has become online. It is no longer a value-added tax or sales tax or what tax we had. Now it is GST. You can't move a cargo. Earlier we could move the cargoes without telling anything. Acha, kuch maal bhejne ka hai, bhejo. And people used to send the documents later on. Now the truck fellow says, I can't leave unless you give me an e-way bill and I want to see it on the portal. So unless the things are on the portal online, the next person also is not going to accept the cargoes. The people who are going to check in on the way, like customs or the RTO, they are also going to insist on seeing the documents online. No papers will move, but I'm sure online systems are going to be developed. There are a number of logistic companies which are coming from other countries who are seeing the opportunities in India, because we are 1.4 billion people. That the cargoes or the consumption which is going to be there is going to be such exponential that preparing the billing no longer can be done by hand. What we used to prepare by hand when we joined the trade. Now it is going to be online. So the amount of people who are required graduation, I feel that people who enter this line today, if the BCom graduates are here, if they can today think about entering this industry, it is better that they do it now and look for jobs, get yourself trained, get yourself skilled, demand from the colleges and the government that we want to be trained for certain things. So it is not going to happen. Nobody is going to come and tell you or give you a house, okay, that this is the course you do. You have to search for yourself, look for the people who are in the trade, there is a total mismatch between the people who are in the trade and people who are aspiring to be in the trade, or the people whom we want to be in the trade. So today, earlier, it was like computers. When computer, what you call swarm or tsunami took place, even a BSc graduate who knew something about the computers became a software expert by end of 3 years or 4 years. But they had to be trained. But this is the time when the colleges, the college administrations, government has to train these young people who are required for this profession, which is going to be very, very sophisticated. Because even at this age, I mean, I say about e-mail, I have myself not entered a e-way bill so far. But it is such a thing which has to be done immediately. Whenever you book a cargo, you have to enter those documents. People are required. So one is the manning, the hardware, the people who are there. And let me tell you, the people who are working on the ship, even if you want to change your line from commerce to going on the ship, please do it now, because there are now bridge courses where you can go to shipping. I would advocate very much, because last year the government changed the decision and got a recognition for us all over the world. Now today, a person who was getting 75,000 rupees salary per month on my ship, I have to pay him 1,60,000 today, within about 6 months. So you can see the salaries. Now, if you are thinking that I'm going to become, my salary is going to be 20,000 and 25,000, if that's what you feel that is the end of it, no. There is going to be a huge shortage, and you be the first person to enter this sector. People are going to come looking for you if they are people. As sir said, that there could be MBA logistics, so become shipping logistics, become shipping, and again in shipping there are a number of lines. There is ship chandling, there is shipping agency, there is stevedoring, there is handling of cargo, the machineries which are there, and there is nothing wrong in switching over between the what you call professions also, because even the crane operator is going to earn a salary of 40,000 to 50,000, because as you are in the crane business, I'm sure Sandeep, you know that you just don't have trained people there, and there is no specific set course. If I do 12th with crane course, there is no crane course available. There is no crane course available for, and all these machineries, etc., which are going to be there also are going to require maintenance. So people with, I would rather have a person in my office working who has known some knowledge of shipping and logistics than a raw guy who is just, I have to start teaching him, and that can be very costly for me, because he makes one mistake while filling up the form or something like that. I will have to pay through my nose for any what you call mistakes what he makes. So what I feel is that at this stage, if we take a resolution ourselves, and we have a small, fortunately Goa Chamber of Commerce has really taken a lead in developing shipping and logistics, which we are thankful to have this conduct such a seminar, and the amount of knowledge which is there, we have also learned not by attending a course. We have learned it by the way, and really the hard way. And every time we have tried to do something, there has been a lot of mistakes what we have committed and we are learning. But next business level is not going to be that. People are not going to tolerate any mistakes. People are expecting, government is expecting you to know a lot of things, and government, the industry and the people both have to get geared up. And the amount of parcels which are going to increase, the number of digital transactions which are taking place, which the government again has put us on a big platform. The business is going to be at the speed of thought. It is like, as sir said, Dr. Thakur said, that it is the same day delivery. It's like people will be looking for, and anybody would, suppose you want a small belt, or you want a small, what you call watch also. You are waiting for that Amazon guy to come and so you try to keep a track. Is 3 o'clock he'll come. But if you say you are getting at 12 o'clock, then you would also be looking forward for getting that parcel today. And we are the people who can make this happen. I feel that the younger generation should be getting geared up for it. And as an industry like Chamber of Commerce, CI, and other industries which are there, the government has provided a platform to us for training, skill development through National Skill Development Center. And they are asking us what training you want. See, the government is asking us today. Nobody asked this question to us 20 years back. What kind of man you want? We had a meeting with current CM, and then we were talking about 15,000 people we could be getting them for train. But people didn't come forward. Sanjay is here, and we found that people didn't come forward. I'm shocked. Even today, what I'm saying is, whether you see a career in that or not, what is the problem for getting yourself trained for it? So whatever you get trained, I'm sure you will forget that course in 7 days or 15 days after completion of the course. But at the back of the mind, your brain has got a good hard disk, which will retrieve the information when the need arises. You don't know that you have learnt it, but sometime or other suddenly you'll remember that, yes, I studied something like this, and you'll get to know about it. So this is where we are at a very instant in shipping, at least. Logistics again is a huge field. Warehousing, you are, Mr. Sandeep Sood himself is in that field. So he can speak about it himself on logistics. And he's also into machinery activities, handling machinery activities. So you can throw some light on that also.
So thank you, Atul. Very insightfully spoken. I may say that after this, what you've said, the bottom line, and I'm sure Dr. Thakur agrees with me, everybody here will agree that the bottom line is no matter what you do, whether you study 10th standard or 12th standard or you graduate, maybe as a BCom graduate, the bottom line here is to have soft skills on computers, if I'm not wrong. Because I think our Prime Minister understood it very early when he went for this massive digitization of the nation. You see, we have embarked upon this digitization at the right time. Everything is going to be on the system now. Writing and manual is over because everything is linked. So cargo gets linked. The demand, of course, it starts with the demand. Once the demand is there, the link starts. Which product, what product, how does it move? Then the customs, if there is any customs formality at the port, then the packing, even the packing can be done automatically. This is the future of the warehousing industry. Then from there, delivery, where it gets loaded onto, manifest, e-way bill, everything is digitized. And lastly, at the point of sale, now you have e-invoicing for GST. So even GST is going to be invoiced and tracked. So I can only tell my young friends that no matter what you have studied, you might have studied BCom or you might do MCom, whatever, but please make yourself tech savvy with your laptops or with your computers. That's very, very important. See, today, I'll also give you another example. In the crane industry, in the handling industry, see, we are getting now cranes, the screens of which are fully digitized. The old system is gone. A person is sitting on the crane and looking out of the window. Are baba, load kor re, are ashe kor re, oir kor, sakal kor. No, it's gone. You're on the screen. You know what load you're trying to lift, what is the safe load, how it is to be lifted. Again, it is totally interface between man and machine. So, a operator, now you imagine an operator coming from UP. Poor fellow has done 8th fail, bolte hai wo. He's got a license. Kya sikha? 8वीं सीखा. Pass हुआ? नहीं साहब, pass नहीं हुआ इसलिए इधर आया ना. See, that is his thing, no. Pass नहीं हुआ. He could not study. Now he has come to operate crane, he has got a license. What should I do with him? I will have to train him. Now, when we go to train him, luckily, the older people, sorry, the other way around. Luckily, the younger people, if the guy is 27, 28, he is mobile savvy. He has a smartphone. For him, it is very easy to understand, but yes, and unfortunately, the guys who are above 40, who did not upgrade themselves, that guy cannot operate a modern crane now. He is used to that system of red flag, black flag, upar, niche, aisa karne ko. He is not able to understand the screen. He cannot trust the screen. You see, when the screen is telling you that you lift, your safe load, 10 tons is safe, your load is 8 tons, you lift, he is scared. Bolta hai, nahi, crane hill raha hai. But actually it's not hill raha hai, na. Actually it's lifting. But you have to trust the machine. He cannot trust because he is not skilled for that. But a young guy who's with little bit of... So bottom line here is that you are all young people, make your soft skill very, very good, no matter what you do. You see, there are various things. Now see, in our industry, in warehousing, it's getting modernized so fast. Forklifts are getting automated. Stackers are getting automated. Now, I have not yet come across, but in India it has started, where packing is robotized. You have to tell the robot what you want. Yeah, tell in the sense, again, digitally. You feed. Once you feed, the robot goes to the warehouse. He goes where that cargo is, picks it up, brings it down, shrink wraps it, and then process for delivery. You come to know on your screen what's happened. You think nothing is happening, but the robot is already working. So it's all about soft skills and digitization, that just as Atul said. And I'm sure, Doctor, even in your industry, you could speak about the digitization part in your industry, because this is one thing we could universally convey to everybody, that no matter what panel you have heard today, whether it is tourism or whether it is, which was the other one, Sanjay, today? Industry, manufacturing. Whichever industry, whichever part of the world, whichever part you're going to join or work in the future, soft skill, number one.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch base on the 2 points. As you rightly said, we are going to be on a digital platform 100%. If you see the national logistic policy with the national air cargo community system, it's completely digital. Today, in today's MOPA cargo, we are totally 100% paperless. So this is something which we have brought in for the first time in the state of Goa with the air cargo community system. Anybody can sit in Bombay also and they can do the transaction. So that's the level of technology driven which we are doing it. As sir has already told about the robotize, the automation, the mechanization, it has gone beyond the imagination. There's a lot of digitization which is coming up. As you rightly said, with the basic of artificial intelligence, we are able to do the 3D view of the entire warehouse management. So my vehicles, when they are due for servicing, how much is the productivity, everything is digital. So every milestone of a processing what we do is completely on a digitization. So what we are recommending, no matter whatever is your field, have the basic acumen of digitization process that will take care of your careers. I'm telling you, you are the young entrepreneurs, you join the companies, now you start right from the day one. By the time of 5 years, you become a skilled, I mean to say the skilled industry professionals you can become. That is one thing. Another thing is on the training part, which the sir has also told about. So you say forklift training. What is forklift? So as he rightly says, somebody should able to read the digital screen. These are all the safe practices which are embedded into that particular digital platform so that you will never make a mistake. You cannot doze off. See, this is all basically to take the productivity 100% and a quality of output is expected. So these are all certain things which we want to stress upon. So it is on the entire logistic part, and even the aircrafts, even in the airports when you are traveling today only with just with a mobile. Tomorrow there will not be any CISF stopping you at all. There will be a body scanners. You are a registered passenger, and there will also be a registered cargo where automatically it is self-assets and it will get. So at the seaports, this is going to happen. At the air cargo, it is going to happen. Everywhere, this is going to be the latest technology-driven logistics, where our Honorable Prime Minister has already mentioned in National Logistic Policy that we will go towards the technology-driven so that we can bring down our 14% logistic cost to 7 to 8%. So these are certain things where we are recommending each one of you to get accustomed, no matter whatever field you are there, a basic digital awareness or acumen will literally make you a good professionals. Thank you.
Sir, before you put your mic down, 2 points I'll just pick you again on. 2 things doctor said, which I just wanted him to elaborate. He speaks about 35 jobs per aircraft. And doctor, if I'm not mistaken, we are in India, our companies are ordering something like 1,000 aircraft or something?
Correct.
That is one.
1,100 aircraft which are currently with the other carriers, and Air India itself is around 420 aircraft.
So see the level of professionals required. 35 jobs per aircraft. The second thing he mentioned was, second thing I want to ask you, doctor, are we moving to a regime? We are already going to the airport without a boarding pass. Are we going to be moving without a boarding pass?
Yes. You have seen the historical legacy of traveling. Earlier, there used to be a stamp on your baggage tag and all. So we have gone rid of this. Even though with the boarding cards, today, if you see Digi Yatra, if you register that, you don't require. You just need to go Maybe I'll just take one example. We have registered all passengers. So once you travel, even the CISF will not stop you entering into the airport. Automatically, based on your facial recognition, with your registration, you can just have a cakewalk of the processing. The entire processing, now we say international 3 hours. If I reduce it to 1 hour, how that feels you. So that 2 hours, you can really work out. 1 hour before reporting, so you can just come half an hour before also, like your express check-in and everything. So this is the technology driven. So we are progressing towards that. So very soon, we are trying this Mopa Airport as well as GMR Run airports into a very smart terminals. So everywhere there will be a digitization process. Everywhere there will be an automation process.
I can see a smile on Sanjay's face. The next flight you and I take, we don't have to run for the boarding pass.
So for that, I can give you, we have given basically the outside kiosk also. You don't need to go to the queue. Another thing, we have already implemented, it is called SBD, Self Baggage Drop. You print your tag at your home, you come there, just reprint it, put it, and just put it onto that SBD. There is nobody manning over there. This facility already exists in our airport. Please utilize it. Then you will know what kind of a technology driven in the aviation sector we are bringing in. So basically this will enhance the passenger experience. Who are all doing it, who should do it, and what kind of a skill set is required. You all people can get into that with small awareness, and we will train you, and then it will be a good opportunity for developing this particular skill. So if you see SBD, we have already started. So you don't need to go to the counter, stand in the queue. Very soon, I'm telling you, these check-in counters will go off. Everybody will switch over. Today, if I see 60 to 70%, it is basically you are checking in earlier. Now next, that 30% will also get erased out. You can do your self-check-in, self-baggage drop, and just walk through the terminal. Thank you.
Just to add to what Doctor said, other day we entered JSW port, and then we were told to send our details. Of course, the details were sent to them. And then I was wondering today, now when we are entering the port, the earlier style of entering the port was going there, showing your pass, taking your gate pass, then raising your hands this way, that he will check. And then he wants to check whether, and your photo and your photo identity card and your face never tallies. If you see the photos, you look different in the photos. But let me tell you the digitalization, what he said, when I was going through when I just tapped the card at the entrance, I was wondering, this security guard is just not looking at me so casually, as if nothing happened. I said, because he's not checking me and all that stuff. So, मैं बोला अब क्या हो गया? साहब आपका photo है ना इधर. And it's an enlarged, imagine 2 feet by 2 feet photo was already shown at the gate, and I was surprised that no wonder he was relaxed. I mean, he knew exactly who is going, and the details were there. So it was a surprise, pleasant surprise rather, I would say.
I think we have touched upon everything largely. We spoke about air cargo, we spoke about passenger cargo, we spoke about coastal cargo, we spoke about barging in Goa. A little bit I'll speak about the warehousing industry. As I don't know if you all know, but the Goa government has recently come out with a new warehousing policy, which has already been notified. It is in tune with the central policy. So the national warehousing policy and the government policy now is got aligned, and we could do a lot of work in Goa Industries Development Corporation, where we could, change and amend our regulations to fall in line with the policy. So again, to cut it short and to make it very simple, which you can understand, is that we have liberalized. If today any one of you wants to buy some land, or if you have a piece of land and you think you can put up a warehouse over there, that has been liberalized. Very minimal permissions would be required for that. And why this has been done? And that is, the reason is that a warehouse also is very location specific. See, it's very simple. If you have a warehouse near a city, far from the city, or in the city, who the trader or the retailer who wants his good he will always prefer the closest one. If I am a shop selling something here, suppose I am selling atta, I would like my atta to be next to my shop. So the in the city warehouse will do very well. A godown in the city. But if it can't come up in the city or the rate is not feasible, then just outside the city. If that doesn't work, then as close as possible to the point of sale. So this is a very important consideration. Just like a hotel is location specific. See, when people go to a hotel, what is the one reason a hotel succeeds? And the answer given by the doyen of the hotel industry, Mr. Carlton himself, he said, a hotel will succeed depending on 3 factors, and that is location, location, and location. This was the answer. It applies to warehousing also. If I have a warehouse which is close to where my customer is, even if it is in broken condition, my customer will say, you please repair it, I will take it, or I will repair it, I'll still take it. You see, because the cost of moving the cargo by transport from a far warehouse to a close warehouse is different. It's cheaper to move it from here. So location specific warehousing to introduce in Goa, we have liberalized. So you don't have to, very minimal permissions required to now put warehousing even in a residential area with certain conditions, of course. There are provisos, minimum width of road and all is there, but if you fit in by some chance, even in a residential area, a warehouse can come up, by a small warehouse. So this is what I wanted to share with you. Again, throws up lot of opportunity, and opportunity in different terms. You know, your skill sets, warehousing industry is undergoing revolution. So you are at the cusp of a revolution. Atul was telling me in the car, you know, that example where there was a point of time in the country where engineers were given salary which was not very high. 6,000 rupees was the salary for when we graduated. Civil engineers to get 6,000, 7,000. Electrical engineer 8,000, 2,000 more used to get. But what has happened today? 5 years ago, in the last 5 years, with so much of infrastructure projects, civil engineer not on demand. Today, in the list of engineering choice, civil engineering suddenly has come first. People want to join that industry now because it is on the ascendant. Good salaries. Similarly, now in shipping and logistics, this industry is going to be on the ascendant. No matter what your panelists have said before us or before what I'm saying, please remember that this is the sunrise industry, and more particularly for Goa. See, it's a clean and green industry. There is no requirement of any kind of pollution problem. And we want to promote Goa as a pollution-free destination. That is one. And two, being clean and green, it is encouraged by the government, and the government has accordingly notified the policy. The vision of the government today is to have Goa as a trading hub, where, as a logistics hub, where cargo can come in and move freely. This is the model that you have in Dubai, you have it in Singapore, and that kind of model we are inching towards. Thailand. If that happens, imagine the opportunity that all of you have. You have the opportunity with you. So tap that opportunity and go online. If you need any other help, you're free to connect with the Goa Chamber, free to connect with Professor here, and there are a lot of people to guide today. For one, I would love to mentor anybody who comes to me and asks me personally that, look, I'm interested in the industry, what should I do? I would be more than willing to share what you should do. I could, handhold you and tell you what you should do. So starting with skill sets on soft skills, and then graduating to more specialized things in the warehousing, in the logistics, in the shipping and the airways industry. Okay, so that's about warehousing. I think we've covered everything. Anything else, Sanjay, we should, or we just throw it open to the audience? Yeah, doctor, would you like to say something, anything more about your MOPA? Yeah.
Perishable and high value cargoes, what you'll be handling. That is something which is very interesting and which is pertaining to Goan because of
So I'll just highlight upon the perishable cargo and some touch points where how that will help you as a young entrepreneurs to start. Why? Because he talked about basically the cargo should come and go. transshipment, just like Dubai's and all. You're not producing anything, but cargo will come to you because of the infra available here, skilled people available here. So because of which it comes here, you get the revenue, and then the cargo goes out. So to tell you about the perishable cargo, today we are rich, basically the agri-marine produce. I can say the agri-produce and the marine catch. We are sitting just bang on to the coastal, and we can give the best exports of this natural catch fresh fish into Middle East market. So we have a good market into Middle East as well as Europe. The people today who can catch, which is called maybe I think catch to maybe feed, basically farm to fork kind of a concept. So we can give maximum timing like no other place can give, neither Bombay can also give. Why? Because we have the good infrastructure what we have created. For this, what we need to have the best catch in the ocean, which comes to a processing center, which could be a marine processing center, and it has to pass through the cargo terminal, for which we have created a fantastic facility, which is a temperature control, unbroken cold chain. So that is what is required for the importing countries. There are certain standards, so we have created in MOPA. Sometime if you have time, if you're passing by and all, please contact Goa Chamber of Commerce. We will try to have a tour of this cargo terminal based on the permissions. Second thing is this agri-produce, wherein you no need to do anything. These exports will bring you the highest value and contribute to your state GDP. That is the one of the best thing which we are looking at it. The surrounding 250 to 300 kilometers, right from Sindhur, Kolhapur, Belgaum, the Hubli and all, these agri-produce of daily fruits and vegetables, which you can really export out of MOPA. So you don't have any challenges, like under the single window clearance system, under the digital platform. Now you got the state-of-the-art, what do you call, MOPA airport, which has all the like plant quarantine, the drug controller, then you also have the animal quarantine. All the PGS are sitting there at the MOPA just to facilitate these exports. So basically, there is a good opportunity what he was talking about. You will get a good opportunity for exports where you can earn the foreign exchange. So that's a good thing, revenue for the state also. So what we have done it, so entire supply chain of perishables we have created under the refrigerated bringing from the consolidation centers, from the APEDA approved pack houses, which will come into our warehouse, that is the cargo terminal, and it gets processed and it gets into the Middle East market. So that is one thing. Another thing is a fresh catch. So today, I'll just give you one example. You will be shocked, like you get a tuna fish. So that tuna fish, basically the moment you catch, how fast you can deliver into the importing countries, the value of that particular commodity is assessed. Today, if I send this either into Europe or US market, within 15 to 17 hours, they scoop that particular fish and you will get that kind of a value. So today we are able to do that because of MOPA, because you catch it, after 2 to 3 hours, you do the processing, and then it can be exported. So this is a good opportunity where none of the airports can do, but MOPA can do it. So these are some examples which I wanted to share with you.
To add to this tuna fishing, there are shipping now the new deep sea fishing trawlers which have come. They are specialized in only fishing tuna fish. Indian tuna has got a very good market all over the world. And tuna fish, there are experts that when a tuna is picked up on the line, when you bring it online, there are people who know exactly where to hit that fish. Because that
So just add on to that, Japan is the, Narita is the good market for us. Anybody as an entrepreneur start this business of the chilled prawns and the catch of the tuna fish. It's not a rocket science. It's a very simple catch. Just do the processing, get the import-export license. I'm telling you, it's a good business. We have a huge demand for our aquamarine, I'm telling you. And the government is also supporting it. A lot of subsidies, schemes are also there.
in fact, consumption in Japan depends the international prices of tuna. And they have got a probes which go through the tuna fish to the bone. I don't know the exact temperature now, I can't get it, but I read it. One of my friend is into that business, and then he tells that if the temperature is not minus so and so degree centigrade, then they reject it. So the storage and processing depends on very highly technique.
So adding on to that, we already have that. So just to give you a simple example, the cost of 1 kg of fish will fetch you in the international market if you do with the right supply chain. Currently, we already have it. It is 5 to 6 times more value it will give it to you. This is the logic and the mathematics, and some of the species will give you 10 times more the value what you sell in India.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, Atul, for the lovely talk and for the lovely insights you shared. I'm sure there's going to be 1 or 2 tuna. Them so much. My dear young friends, if anybody of you, any one of you has any question to ask related to this topic, please go ahead. You have the opportunity now. Anybody? Otherwise, we close the session. Okay, I think our audience is not very question savvy. God bless you all. Thank you very much indeed.
I would like to thank our moderator for spearheading this session so well, and our panelists as well for breaking it down in such a simple way for all of us to understand. So keeping that in mind, we have a small token of appreciation on our behalf. So I would like to call upon Shri Gilbert Mendes and Dr. Manasvi Kamath, members of the Education Committee of GCCI, to kindly come forward and present the memento, citation and shawl to our panelists and moderator. Let us start with our panelist, Shri Purushottam Thakur. Please put your hands together. Our second panelist, Shri Atul Jadhav. Please put your hands together for sir. And of course, our moderator, Shri Sandeep Sood. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you, Gilbert and Ma'am Manasvi. The famous saying goes, every ending is a new beginning. As we have come to an end of this very enriching seminar, we have a lot to think about and a lot to take back. So I hope through today's technical sessions, all of you as students have discovered new avenues of employability. I would like to thank all our speakers, all our panelists, moderators, for spending their valuable time with us. And most importantly, thank you to all of you for being such an interactive, lovely and patient audience. Have a nice day. Please collect your participation certificates before you leave, and we also have tea served outside. Thank you. Please, all of you, please note, if you have any water bottles under the seats, please take them and dispose them off outside. Thank you.